For centuries, one city had stood at the heart of Eastern Christianity: Constantinople. From its great palaces, Byzantine emperors had ruled an empire that believed itself heir to Rome. From its churches, patriarchs had defended a Christian tradition shaped by Greek theology, ancient councils, monastic spirituality, and an understanding of worship that reached deep into the earliest centuries of the Church. And above them all rose Hagia Sophia. Beneath its enormous dome, candles flickered before sacred images. Incense drifted through shafts of light. Priests and deacons moved through an ancient liturgy as choirs filled the vast interior with prayer. For the people who worshipped here, Christianity was not simply a collection of beliefs. It was something experienced. In icons, in fasting, in pilgrimage, in monasteries, in the rhythm of feast days and holy seasons, in prayers repeated from one generation to another, and in a liturgy that seemed to connect the earthly church with heaven itself. This was the Christian East, but it was no longer united with the Christian West. In 1054, tensions between Rome and Constantinople had culminated in mutual excommunications that later generations would remember as a defining moment in what became known as the Great Schism. Yet the division had not happened in a single day. For centuries, Greek East and Latin West had been growing apart. They spoke different languages, developed different political cultures, argued over papal authority, disagreed over aspects of theology and church practice, and increasingly understood the structure of the Christian church in different ways. The separation would deepen over generations. Rome became the center of what developed into the Roman Catholic Church. Constantinople remained one of the great centers for what became known as Eastern Orthodoxy. But the Orthodox world was never simply Constantinople. Ancient patriarchates remained in Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. Monasteries stretched from the deserts of the Middle East to the mountains of Greece. Orthodox communities lived across the Balkans, the Caucasus, and lands far beyond the borders of the Byzantine Empire. And centuries before the final separation between Rome and Constantinople, Christianity had already begun traveling north, far beyond the Black Sea.
Along great rivers, through forests and trading settlements, into the lands of the Slavs. In the year 988, according to the traditional chronology, Vladimir, ruler of the polity known to historians as Kievan Rus, accepted Byzantine Christianity. The decision would have consequences that Vladimir himself could never have imagined. Churches appeared along the great river routes of the Rus. Clergy arrived from the Byzantine world. Sacred texts were transmitted in Slavonic.
Monasteries became centers of prayer, learning, and cultural memory. Icons brought the visual language of Byzantine Christianity northward, and the Christian faith associated with Constantinople gradually became deeply rooted among the East Slavic peoples. Kiev became one of the great Christian centers of the region. But history would not allow that world to remain unchanged. Cities would rise. Cities would burn. Princes would compete. Armies would arrive from the steppe.
And political power would move from one center to another. Yet, through these upheavals, the Orthodox faith endured. Sometimes protected by rulers, sometimes threatened by them, sometimes serving as a source of political legitimacy, and sometimes becoming one of the few institutions capable of surviving when political order itself collapsed. Then came catastrophe from the West. In 1204, soldiers of the Fourth Crusade, Warriors who had originally taken the cross for a campaign connected to the Holy Land captured and brutally sacked Constantinople. Christian fought Christian. Churches were violated. Treasures accumulated over centuries were seized or destroyed. Relics were carried west. The Byzantine capital, once one of the greatest cities in Christendom, was subjected to conquest by fellow Christians. The Byzantine Empire would eventually recover Constantinople. But it would never fully recover its former strength. And the memory of 1204 would deepen the estrangement between Orthodox East and Catholic West. Still, Constantinople survived. For another 2.5 centuries, Byzantine emperors continued to rule from the ancient city. Patriarchs continued to worship beneath its domes. Monks continued to pray on Mount Athos. And throughout the Orthodox world, the Byzantine tradition endured. But beyond Constantinople's shrinking empire, something else was happening. Far to the north, a new center of power was beginning to emerge. At first, Moscow was little more than one principality among many. It possessed neither the antiquity of Kiev nor the splendor of Constantinople. It had no ancient imperial throne, no Hagia Sophia, no claim to have been founded by Constantine. Its churches were smaller, its political influence uncertain. And for generations, its princes lived beneath the overwhelming power of the Mongol world. Yet, Moscow grew. Its rulers accumulated territory. Its monasteries acquired spiritual authority. Its church leaders gained influence. And gradually, the city became increasingly important within the Orthodox world of northeastern Rus. Then, in the 15th century, the unthinkable happened. The city that had stood at the center of Byzantine Christianity for more than 1,000 years faced its final crisis. In the spring of 1453, an Ottoman army gathered before the walls of Constantinople. Inside the city stood the last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI. The empire he ruled was now little more than a shadow of what it had once been. But Constantinople still carried the weight of 1,000 years of Christian memory. For weeks, its defenders resisted. Then, on 29 May, the walls were breached. The last Byzantine emperor disappeared in the fighting. The city fell to Sultan Mehmed II, and the Byzantine Empire came to an end. Hagia Sophia, the great church of Justinian, the spiritual monument of Byzantine Christianity, was converted into a mosque. There would be no more Byzantine emperor, no Christian imperial court in Constantinople, no empire centered upon the city that had once called itself New Rome. For Orthodox Christians, the political world that had protected and shaped their tradition for centuries had disappeared. But Orthodoxy did not disappear with it. Its patriarchates survived, its monasteries survived, its liturgy survived, its icons survived, its communities survived. And far beyond the fallen capital, millions of Orthodox Christians continued to worship. The empire had died, the faith had not. And that raised a profound question. What happens to a religious civilization when the empire at its center disappears? For some Orthodox Christians, Constantinople remained spiritually indispensable even under Ottoman rule. The ecumenical patriarchate continued. The ancient Orthodox churches endured. The Christian East did not simply transfer its allegiance from one capital to another. But in the expanding lands of Moscow, a different idea slowly began to take shape. Moscow's rulers increasingly presented themselves as defenders of Orthodox Christianity. Byzantine symbols entered the political culture of the Muscovite court. The marriage of Grand Prince Ivan III to Sofia Paleologina connected Moscow's ruling dynasty symbolically with the fallen Byzantine imperial house. And in the early 16th century, the monk Philophi of Pskov gave memorable expression to an extraordinary vision. The first Rome had fallen.
The second Rome, Constantinople, had fallen. A third remained, Moscow. The idea would never mean that every Orthodox Christian accepted Moscow as the replacement for Constantinople. But it revealed something profound about the world that was emerging. A principality once hidden among the forests of northeastern Europe was beginning to imagine itself as the guardian of an imperial Christian inheritance. That inheritance would shape rulers and monks, patriarchs and peasants,
Cathedrals and monasteries, wars and reforms. It would help justify the authority of czars. It would inspire extraordinary works of architecture, iconography, music, and spirituality. But it would also raise questions that had confronted Christianity since the age of Constantine. How closely should church and state be joined? What happens when rulers claim to defend the faith? Who has the authority to change sacred traditions?
Can a church preserve its independence when political power demands obedience? And what happens when reform itself threatens to divide the faithful? These questions would eventually tear Russian Orthodoxy apart. Patriarch Nikon would attempt to correct ancient rituals. Old believers would refuse. Persecution would follow.
And finally, Peter the Great would confront the Orthodox Church with a new vision of Russia, centralizing, westernizing, imperial, and increasingly determined to place every institution beneath the authority of the state. By then, the world of Byzantium would seem very far away, yet its inheritance would still be visible in the icons, in the liturgy, in the monasteries, in the architecture, in the idea of sacred monarchy, and in the conviction that Moscow had inherited something from the Christian Empire that had fallen centuries before. This is not simply the story of Russia, nor is it simply the story of Byzantium. It is the story of a religious tradition surviving the collapse of one political world, taking root in another, and changing as it did. It is a story of emperors and patriarchs, monks and missionaries, Mongol conquerors and Russian princes. Sacred images and disputed rituals, ancient traditions and ambitious reforms. It begins beneath the Golden Dome of Constantinople. It travels north through Kiev, Novgorod, Vladimir, and the monasteries of the Rus. And eventually, it reaches Moscow, a city that would come to see itself not merely as another Christian capital, but as the heir to a fallen empire. The story of Orthodox Christianity after the Great Schism and the rise of Russian Orthodoxy begins here. The year 1054 did not create a new religion. No Orthodox believer woke the following morning believing that Christianity had suddenly changed. The churches were the same. The prayers were the same. The icons still watched silently from walls illuminated by candles and oil lamps. Monks continued their vigils. Priests celebrated the divine liturgy. Pilgrims traveled to ancient shrines. And in Constantinople, the Patriarch continued to worship beneath the enormous dome of Hagia Sophia. What had changed was the relationship between two great Christian worlds, Rome and Constantinople had broken communion. But Eastern Christianity already possessed institutions, traditions, theological assumptions, and patterns of worship that had developed over many centuries. To understand what happened next, we first have to understand that world on its own terms. Because Eastern Orthodoxy was not simply Christianity without the Pope. It represented a distinctive vision of how the Church should worship, how authority should operate, how theology should be expressed, and how human beings might encounter the divine. For the Orthodox Christians of the medieval East, their faith was not understood as something new. Quite the opposite. They believed themselves to be preserving the Christianity handed down by the apostles and defined through the great councils of the early Church: Nicaea, Constantinople, Ephesus, Chalcedon. These councils had debated some of the most difficult questions Christianity had ever confronted. Who was Jesus Christ? How could he be both divine and human? How should Christians speak about the Trinity? What teachings belonged within the boundaries of Christian orthodoxy? The answers developed through centuries of controversy had become woven into the identity of Eastern Christianity. The very word orthodox expressed that conviction. It could mean right belief.
But it also carried the sense of right worship, and the two were difficult to separate. For Orthodox Christians, theology was not confined to books or universities. It was sung, painted, chanted, prayed, and performed within the liturgy. Enter an Orthodox church in medieval Constantinople, and the experience would have been very different from the quiet, seated worship familiar to many Christians today. There were generally no rows of pews filling the nave. The congregation stood.
Above them, the interior seemed alive with sacred imagery. Christ looked down from the dome. The Virgin Mary appeared in the apse. Saints, apostles, prophets, angels, and biblical scenes covered walls and ceilings. Candles burned before icons. Incense drifted through the building. Priests and deacons moved through ritual actions shaped by centuries of tradition. Much of the service was sung. And separating the sanctuary from the main body of the church stood a screen that over time developed into the elaborate iconstasis characteristic of later Orthodox churches. For an ordinary worshiper, Christianity was encountered through all the senses: sight, sound, smell, movement, touch. Even time itself was transformed by the calendar of fasting and feasting. The church did not simply teach sacred history, it invited the believer to enter it.
At the center of this life stood the divine liturgy. Its deepest purpose was the Eucharist. Bread and wine were offered in thanksgiving and received as the body and blood of Christ. But the liturgy was more than an individual act of devotion. It expressed an entire understanding of the church. Earth and heaven met. The living worshipped alongside the saints. The congregation joined a sacred order believed to extend beyond the visible world.
This helps explain something that Western observers sometimes found difficult to understand. Why could apparently small changes in ritual provoke enormous resistance? Why could the wording of a prayer matter so deeply? Why could the way a Christian crossed himself eventually become a source of division? Because ritual was not merely decorations surrounding belief. Ritual embodied belief. To change the inherited forms of worship could therefore appear to change something much deeper. Centuries later, that conviction would become central to one of the greatest crises in Russian Orthodox history. But its roots reached far back into the Byzantine world. Nothing demonstrates the importance of sacred imagery more clearly than the icon. To modernize, an icon may appear to be simply a religious painting. To medieval Orthodox Christians, it was something more. Icons depicted Christ, Mary, angels, apostles, martyrs, and saints. They were kissed, carried in procession, illuminated by lamps, placed within homes, displayed in churches, and treated with profound reverence. This practice had once nearly torn Byzantium apart. During the 8th and 9th centuries, Byzantine emperors and bishops had fought bitterly over whether sacred images should be used at all. The opponents of icons, later called iconoclasts, argued that such images risked idolatry. Their defenders insisted that because Christ had truly become human, he could legitimately be represented in visible form. The controversy lasted for generations. Icons were destroyed. Monks were persecuted. Imperial policy repeatedly changed. Finally, in 843, the restoration of icons was celebrated in Constantinople. Orthodox Christians would remember the event as the triumph of orthodoxy. The lesson was profound. The faith could be defended not only against outsiders, but even against emperors. And yet, the relationship between church and emperor remained extraordinarily close. The Byzantine emperor was not a priest. He could not celebrate the Eucharist. He could not simply define Christian doctrine by personal command. Patriarchs, bishops, councils, monks, and theologians possessed authority of their own. But the emperor occupied a sacred political position within the Christian order. He appointed or influenced senior officials. He summoned councils. He enforced religious policies. He built churches. He endowed monasteries. He presented himself as protector of the Christian faith. Church and empire, therefore, existed in a relationship that could be cooperative, but could also become deeply contentious. Later historians sometimes described the Byzantine ideal using the language of symphonia, the spiritual and temporal authorities working together in harmony. The ideal was powerful. Reality was considerably more complicated. Emperors pressured patriarchs. Patriarchs resisted emperors. Monks denounced imperial policies. Church councils overturned decisions supported by rulers, and political struggles frequently became theological struggles. The Byzantine system was neither a modern separation of church and state, nor simply a church controlled by the emperor. It was something more intricate. Two forms of authority existed within the same Christian civilization, and each could attempt to influence the other. At the summit of Constantinople's ecclesiastical world stood the Patriarch of Constantinople. But he was not an Eastern Pope. This distinction is essential. The Orthodox Church did not develop around a single bishop possessing universal jurisdiction comparable to the claims increasingly associated with the Bishop of Rome in the medieval West. Instead, authority was distributed among bishops and patriarchates. The ancient Christian world had recognized several especially important episcopal centers: Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem. Together, these would later be described as the Pentarchy, the 5 great patriarchal sees of the imperial church. But after the rupture with Rome, the remaining Eastern patriarchates continued their own ecclesiastical life. Constantinople held enormous prestige. Its patriarch was regarded as first among equals within the Orthodox hierarchy. But this primacy did not mean that the patriarch possessed unlimited authority over every Orthodox church. Alexandria had its own patriarch. Antioch had its own patriarch. Jerusalem had its own patriarch. Local bishops governed their dioceses. Regional churches developed distinctive customs. Major questions ideally required consultation and councils. Authority was therefore more dispersed than in the increasingly centralized medieval Western Church. This difference had been one of the forces behind the conflict with Rome, and it would become enormously important later. Because if Constantinople ever fell, Orthodoxy had no single earthly office whose destruction could destroy the Church. The Orthodox world was also much larger than the Byzantine Empire. This is easy to forget. By the 11th century, much of the ancient Christian Middle East had lived under Muslim rule for centuries. The patriarchates of Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem existed within changing Islamic political systems. Their Christian communities survived as religious minorities. Farther north and west, Orthodox Christianity had spread among peoples of the Balkans. Bulgarians, Serbs, Georgians in the Caucasus belonged to their own ancient Christian tradition and increasingly developed an independent ecclesiastical identity. And beyond the Black Sea lay the enormous territories of the Rus. The political map could change dramatically. The religious map did not always change with it. An Orthodox Christian did not need to live under an Orthodox emperor to remain Orthodox. This capacity for survival would become one of the defining characteristics of Eastern Christianity. Empires could conquer its cities. Dynasties could disappear. Borders could move. But monasteries, parishes, bishops, liturgies, and communities could remain. Among all these institutions, perhaps none proved more resilient than the monastery. Monasticism had ancient roots in Christianity. Long before the conversion of the Slavs, men and women had withdrawn into the deserts of Egypt, Syria, and Palestine, seeking lives of prayer, fasting, simplicity, and spiritual discipline. From these beginnings emerged one of the most influential institutions in Eastern Christianity, the monastery. In Byzantium, monasteries could be found in cities, on islands, in mountains, and in remote wilderness. Some became wealthy landowners. Others remained deliberately poor. Some housed great libraries and workshops. Others consisted of little more than isolated cells gathered around a chapel. But all shared an ideal: withdrawal from ordinary ambition in pursuit of spiritual transformation. And nowhere would this ideal become more famous than on a mountainous peninsula projecting into the Aegean Sea, Mount Athos. By the 11th century, Athos had become one of the great centers of Orthodox monasticism. Monks from different parts of the Christian East established communities there. Greek monks prayed beside Georgians. Slavs founded monasteries of their own. Manuscripts were copied. Icons were painted. Theological works were preserved. Generations of monks entered lives structured around prayer. The political world beyond Athos could be violent and unstable. Emperors rose and fell. Armies crossed the Balkans. Dynasties fought for Constantinople. But inside the monasteries, another rhythm continued. Hours, psalms, fasts, feasts, night vigils, the repetition of prayer. This was another form of power within Orthodox civilization. Not military, not political, but spiritual. And at critical moments, monks could wield extraordinary influence. A patriarch might compromise. An emperor might calculate. A bishop might fear political consequences. But a monk who possessed no office, army, family, or fortune could sometimes say no. That independence made monasteries both valuable to rulers and potentially dangerous to them. Orthodox spirituality increasingly emphasized an idea that cannot easily be translated into the language of politics or institutions: theosis. The word refers to participation in the life of God, to human beings being transformed by divine grace. It did not mean becoming God by nature.
Rather, the Christian life was understood as a process of becoming united with God, restored to the purpose for which humanity had been created. Prayer, sacraments, fasting, charity, repentance, contemplation. These were not merely religious obligations. They were part of a journey of transformation. This emphasis helped give Eastern Christianity its deeply contemplative character. And nowhere was that character more visible than in monastic prayer. Over time, practices associated with inner stillness, hesychia, would become increasingly influential. Monks repeated the Jesus prayer, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me," again and again and again, not as empty repetition, but as an attempt to bring the mind into the heart and orient the whole person toward God. Centuries later, debates surrounding these practices would produce some of the most important theology of the late Byzantine world.
And the tradition would travel north into the monasteries of the Slavs. But orthodoxy did not spread only through monks and theologians. It spread through language. This would prove decisive. In Western Europe, Latin remained the dominant language of the Church. In the Slavic world, Byzantine missionaries had followed another path. In the 9th century, the brothers Cyril and Methodius had undertaken missionary work among the Slavs of Central Europe. Their mission became associated with the development of a written Slavic Christian culture and the translation of sacred texts into a language Slavic peoples could understand. Their disciples continued that work. The literary tradition that emerged would eventually help produce Church Slavonic, the great liturgical language of Slavic Orthodoxy. This had enormous consequences. Christianity arriving from Byzantium did not necessarily require Slavic peoples to become Greek.
The liturgy could take root in another language. Scripture could be transmitted. Saints could be remembered. Monasteries could develop their own literary cultures. A Byzantine religious tradition could become Bulgarian, Serbian, and eventually deeply rooted among the peoples of the Rus. The faith remained Orthodox, but it was no longer exclusively Greek. This was one of Byzantium's greatest historical achievements. Its empire would eventually shrink.
Its armies would lose territories. Its political influence would decline. But its religious culture traveled farther than its political borders ever could. A church could be destroyed and rebuilt. An emperor could lose a province. But once a people had adopted a liturgy, created monasteries, translated sacred texts, painted icons, and buried generations of their ancestors within the faith, Christianity became much harder to remove.
By the time Rome and Constantinople separated, Byzantine Christianity had already planted roots across a vast region extending far beyond the imperial frontier. Those roots would survive Byzantine itself. Yet in the 11th century, few could have known how important that would become. Constantinople still appeared magnificent. Hagia Sophia still dominated the skyline. The emperor still ruled from the imperial capital. The patriarch still occupied one of Christianity's most prestigious sees. Byzantine diplomats still negotiated with kings and princes across Europe and Asia.
The civilization centered upon Constantinople had survived Persian invasions, Arab conquests, religious controversies, civil wars, and dynastic collapse. Why should anyone believe that it would not survive for another 1,000 years? But the balance of power around Byzantium was changing. From the east came new Turkish powers. From the west came increasingly ambitious Latin kingdoms. In the Balkans, neighboring peoples built states of their own. And across the Mediterranean, merchants from Italian cities were becoming increasingly influential. Most dangerously of all, the separation between Latin and Greek Christianity was becoming something more than a dispute between church leaders. Ordinary Christians were beginning to see one another as belonging to different religious worlds. Then came the Crusades. At first, Byzantium hoped the warriors arriving from Western Europe might help recover territories lost in the East. Instead, the relationship between the Crusaders and Byzantians became increasingly suspicious. They misunderstood one another, they resented one another, they competed for territory. And beneath those political tensions lay the memory of religious division. Less than a century and a half after the events remembered as the Great Schism, the armies of Latin Christianity would stand before the walls of the greatest Orthodox city on earth, not as allies, but as enemies. And in 1204, they would enter Constantinople. The Great Schism had divided Christians. The Fourth Crusade would make that division bleed. For centuries, Constantinople had seemed almost impossible to conquer. Its position was extraordinary. The city stood where Europe met Asia. To the north lay the waters of the Golden Horde. To the south, the Sea of Marmara. Beyond it, the Bosporus connected the Mediterranean world with the Black Sea. And guarding the city's vulnerable western approaches stood one of the greatest defensive systems of the medieval world, the Theodosian walls. Layer upon layer of stone, towers, ditches, and fortifications had protected Constantinople for centuries. Armies had come before them and failed. Persians, Avars, Arabs, Rus raiders, Bulgarians. Again and again, enemies had threatened the city. Again and again, Constantinople had survived. To Byzantine Christians, survival could seem almost providential. This was not merely an imperial capital. It was New Rome. A city filled with churches, monasteries, relics, icons, and memories of Christian emperors. At its heart stood Hagia Sophia, and within the political imagination of Byzantium, emperor, capital, and Orthodox Christianity remained deeply intertwined. But walls could protect a city from armies. They could not protect an empire from every kind of change. And by the late 11th century, the world surrounding Constantinople was changing rapidly. One of the greatest threats came from the east. For generations, Byzantium had struggled with Muslim powers along its frontiers. But during the 11th century, a new force entered the region: the Seljuk Turks. Originally emerging from Central Asia, Turkic peoples had moved westward, converted to Islam, and become increasingly powerful within the Islamic world. By the middle of the 11th century, the Seljuks controlled enormous territories. Their expansion brought them into direct conflict with Byzantium. Then, in 1071, the Byzantine Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes marched east with a large army. Near the town of Manzikert in eastern Anatolia, he confronted the forces of the Seljuk Sultan, Alp Arslan. The battle ended disastrously. The Byzantine army was defeated. Romanos himself was captured.
The defeat at Manzikert would later acquire almost legendary significance. It did not cause all of Anatolia to fall overnight. The reality was slower and more complicated. Civil war within Byzantium weakened the empire further. Local political structures fragmented. Turkish groups moved increasingly into Anatolia, and over the following decades, territory that had long formed the agricultural and military heartland of the Byzantine Empire slipped increasingly beyond Constantinople's control. This was more than a military problem. Anatolia had supplied soldiers, taxes, food, cities, monasteries, Christian communities that stretched back to antiquity. Places associated with the earliest history of Christianity, regions known from the journeys of Paul and the councils of the ancient church, were becoming part of a new political world. The empire was shrinking, and the emperor in Constantinople needed help. In 1081, Alexios I Komnenos became Byzantine emperor. He inherited a state under enormous pressure. Turkish powers threatened from the east. Normans attacked Byzantine territory from the west. The imperial treasury had been strained. The army needed rebuilding. Alexios was an energetic ruler. Over time, he stabilized much of the empire. But he also looked westward for military assistance. The Christian West possessed something Byzantium desperately needed: warriors. Alexios appealed for help, and in Western Europe, that appeal entered a world undergoing changes of its own. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II called upon Western Christians to take up arms and journey east. What followed became the First Crusade. Thousands departed. Knights, nobles, clergy, ordinary men and women. Many believed they were undertaking an armed pilgrimage for the liberation of Jerusalem. But before they could reach the Holy Land, they had to pass through the Byzantine world. And from the beginning, the encounter was uneasy. The Byzantines and the Crusaders were Christians, but increasingly they seemed foreign to one another. The Crusaders often regarded the Byzantines as overly sophisticated, politically calculating, and insufficiently enthusiastic about holy war. The Byzantines often regarded the Western armies as violent, undisciplined, unpredictable, and potentially dangerous. Even their forms of Christianity looked different. Latin priests worshipped differently from Greek priests. Customs differed. Language divided them. The memory of disputes between Rome and Constantinople remained, and neither side entirely trusted the other. Emperor Alexios faced a difficult problem. He wanted Western military assistance. He did not want independent Western armies carving permanent territories out of lands Byzantium considered its own. So he attempted to secure oaths from crusading leaders. Territories that had once belonged to Byzantium and were recovered from Muslim rule were, in principle, to be restored to the emperor. Some crusaders accepted, some resisted. And as the armies moved deeper into Anatolia and Syria, agreements became increasingly difficult to enforce. The First Crusade ultimately succeeded beyond almost anyone's expectations. Jerusalem fell to the Crusaders in 1099. New Latin Christian states emerged in the Eastern Mediterranean. But the crusading movement did not heal the division between East and West. In some ways, it made the relationship more complicated. Now Latin Christian rulers possessed territories close to Byzantium. Italian merchants gained expanding privileges in Constantinople, Venice, Genoa, Pisa. Their ships connected the Byzantine capital to Mediterranean trade. Their merchants established quarters within the city. Their economic influence grew. The empire needed them,
and increasingly resented them. The streets of Constantinople reflected these tensions. Greek-speaking Orthodox Christians lived beside communities of Latin merchants. Ships arrived from Italy carrying goods and travelers.
Western churches served Latin residents. Byzantine markets filled with foreign traders. This could produce cooperation, but it could also produce hostility. Religion, commerce, and politics became difficult to separate. To many Byzantines, the Latins were no longer merely Christians from another part of Europe. They were economic competitors, political rivals, and followers of a church whose claims increasingly appeared threatening. To many Western Christians, the Byzantines seemed equally suspicious. They were Christians, but were they reliable Christians? Why did they resist papal authority? Why did their priests follow different customs? Why did Byzantine emperors negotiate with Muslim rulers when Western knights were fighting them? Old disagreements acquired new emotional force. And then, violence made everything worse. In 1182, political upheaval in Constantinople erupted into an attack upon the city's Latin population. The violence became known as the Massacre of the Latins. Western residents were killed, homes and businesses were attacked. The precise number of victims is uncertain, and medieval accounts could exaggerate. But the event was real enough to leave a deep memory in the West. 3 years later, another humiliation followed. Norman forces from the Kingdom of Sicily captured Thessalonica, one of Byzantium's greatest cities. The city was brutally sacked. Greek Christians suffered at the hands of Latin Christian soldiers. Each side now possessed memories of violence committed by the other. The theological arguments of bishops had become something much more dangerous. They had become popular resentment. The Great Schism was no longer simply about the filioque, papal authority, or differences in ecclesiastical custom. It was becoming embedded in stories of betrayal, humiliation, violence, and fear. By the beginning of the 13th century, East and West still shared the name Christian, but trust between them had become dangerously thin. Then came the Fourth Crusade. In 1198, Pope Innocent III called for another crusade. The objective was not Constantinople. The Crusaders intended to strike at Muslim power and ultimately recover Jerusalem.
To reach the Eastern Mediterranean, they needed ships. They turned to Venice. The Venetian Republic possessed one of the greatest maritime systems in Europe. An agreement was reached. Venice would construct and provide a fleet capable of transporting the crusading army. But when the Crusaders assembled, fewer arrived than expected. They could not pay the full amount they owed. The crusade was already in crisis before it had properly begun. The Venetians proposed a solution.
The Crusaders could help Venice capture the Adriatic city of Zara. There was an obvious problem. Zara was Christian. Its population was Catholic. And its ruler was connected to a king who had himself taken the cross. Nevertheless, in 1202, the Crusaders attacked. Zara fell. Pope Innocent III condemned the assault. But the crusade continued. Then another proposal appeared. And this one would change the history of Christianity. Byzantium was experiencing another dynastic struggle.
A young Byzantine prince, Alexios Angelos, sought Western help to restore his deposed father, Isaac II, to the imperial throne. In return, he offered extraordinary rewards: money, military support, and, crucially, assistance in bringing the Greek Church back into union with Rome. For crusaders struggling with debt and resources, the offer was tempting. For Venice, intervention in Constantinople offered political and commercial possibilities. The expedition changed direction. Instead of sailing toward Muslim territory,
The crusading fleet approached the greatest Christian city in the East. In the summer of 1203, the people of Constantinople looked from their walls and saw an enormous fleet. Ships, siege engines, Western Knights, Venetian banners, and crosses. An army that had taken vows in the name of Christ now stood outside an Orthodox Christian capital. The Crusaders insisted that they had come to restore the legitimate emperor.
but for the inhabitants of Constantinople, the distinction could hardly have been reassuring. The walls were being threatened by fellow Christians. The Crusaders forced their way into the political struggle. Isaac II and his son Alexios IV were placed on the throne. Now the promises made to the Crusaders had to be fulfilled. But the new emperors faced an impossible situation. The sums they had promised were enormous. The population deeply resented the Latin army outside and within the city. Attempts to raise money increased hostility. Church treasures were reportedly melted down to meet financial demands. The proposed union with Rome was profoundly unpopular among many Orthodox Christians. Violence broke out between Greeks and Latins. Parts of Constantinople burned. The restored regime lost support. Then another coup transformed the situation again. Alexios IV was overthrown and killed.
The Crusaders had lost the man whose promises had brought them to Constantinople. They were far from their original destination. They were still owed money, and now they decided to take the city for themselves. On 12 April 1204, the Crusaders broke through. Constantinople fell. What followed became one of the darkest episodes in the history of relations between Eastern and Western Christianity. For 3 days, the city was subjected to pillage. Homes were looted. Palaces were stripped.
Churches were violated. Relics were seized. Sacred objects were carried away. Works of art accumulated over centuries disappeared into private collections, were melted down, destroyed, or transported west. Objects taken from Constantinople would eventually appear in churches and treasuries across Western Europe. The great bronze horses, associated today with St. Mark's in Venice, became among the most famous symbols of the plunder. But the deepest wound was not material. It was religious. Christians who had taken the cross had conquered one of Christianity's greatest cities. Latin soldiers entered Orthodox churches. Sacred spaces were desecrated, and Hagia Sophia itself became part of the conquest. For Orthodox Christians, the message was devastating. The men who claimed to fight for Christ had attacked Christians. The armies of the Latin West had done what generations of Muslim armies had failed to do. They had conquered Constantinople. The Byzantine Empire fragmented. A new Latin Empire of Constantinople was established. Western rulers divided territories among themselves. A Latin patriarch was installed in the city. But Byzantine political life did not disappear. Greek successor states emerged at Nicaea, Epirus, Trebizond. Each preserved parts of the Byzantine political and religious tradition. The emperor and patriarch associated with Nicaea increasingly presented their state as the legitimate continuation of Byzantine. The Orthodox Church continued. Bishops remained. Monasteries survived. Liturgy continued to be celebrated. Once again, political catastrophe had failed to destroy the religious tradition. This pattern would repeat itself throughout Orthodox history. The state could collapse, the church could endure. For more than half a century, Constantinople remained under Latin rule. Then, in 1261, forces of the Empire of Nicaea recaptured the city. The Byzantine Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos entered Constantinople. Orthodox imperial rule was restored. To Byzantines, it was a moment of extraordinary significance. New Rome had returned to its people. The Latin Empire was gone. The Orthodox Patriarchate returned to Constantinople. The Byzantine Empire had been resurrected. But it was not the empire of Justinian, nor even the empire that had existed before 1204. Constantinople itself had suffered enormously. Its population had declined. Its wealth had been diminished. Entire districts had deteriorated. Treasures were gone. Commercial power increasingly belonged to Italian maritime republics. Territories that had once obeyed Constantinople were independent or controlled by rivals. The empire had recovered its capital. It had not recovered its old world. And 1204 left another legacy. Reunion between the Eastern and Western churches became even more difficult. Byzantine emperors sometimes continued to seek union with Rome. There were political reasons to do so. The empire needed Western military assistance. Enemies surrounded it. A restored relationship with the papacy might bring allies. But for many Orthodox Christians, union now carried a terrible historical memory. What did submission to Rome mean after Latin soldiers had occupied Constantinople? Could theological reconciliation be separated from political domination? Could the people who had plundered Orthodox churches now demand ecclesiastical obedience? These questions made compromise extraordinarily difficult. Emperors could negotiate. Diplomats could sign agreements. Church leaders could debate formulas. But ordinary believers and monks remembered 1204, and memory can be more powerful than diplomacy. Meanwhile, the world beyond Byzantium continued to change. New powers emerged in the Balkans. Serbian rulers expanded. Bulgarian states challenged Byzantine authority. Turkish principalities grew in Anatolia. Italian merchants dominated increasing portions of Mediterranean commerce. And the empire that had once ruled vast territories around the Eastern Mediterranean found itself competing simply to survive. Yet Orthodox Christianity was not shrinking in the same way. That distinction is essential. Byzantine political power and Orthodox Christianity were no longer the same thing. The empire could lose territory without the faith disappearing. Orthodox churches existed beyond Byzantine borders. Monasteries preserved traditions beyond imperial control. Slavic rulers increasingly became patrons of Orthodox Christianity in their own right. New centers of Orthodox culture developed. The religious civilization that Byzantium had helped create was becoming larger than Byzantium itself. And nowhere would this become more consequential than in the lands north of the Black Sea. Long before the Crusaders entered Constantinople, Byzantine Christianity had crossed those waters. It had traveled along rivers used by merchants and warriors. It had reached cities whose rulers traded with Constantinople. It had entered a world of Slavic and Finnic peoples, Norse connections, competing princes, and enormous distances. At its center stood Kiev. There, generations earlier, Prince Vladimir had embraced Byzantine Christianity. His descendants built churches. Monasteries appeared. Clergy translated and copied sacred texts. Icons entered homes and sanctuaries.
The liturgical world of Constantinople took root in another language and another landscape. And while Byzantium struggled with crusaders, commercial rivals, and territorial decline, the faith it had carried north continued to grow.
But the Rus lands were approaching a catastrophe of their own. From deep within Eurasia, a new power was moving west. Its armies had conquered kingdoms and shattered empires. Its horsemen could cross enormous distances with extraordinary speed. Cities that resisted them could be destroyed. And in the 13th century, they reached the lands of the Rus. The Orthodox world had survived division with Rome. Constantinople had survived conquest by the Crusaders.
Now, Christianity in the Rus would face an entirely different test. The Mongols were coming.
Long before Moscow became a great city, long before Russian rulers called themselves Tsars, and centuries before anyone described Moscow as a third Rome, the story of Eastern Orthodoxy among the East Slavs began somewhere else. Kiev. Standing above the Dnieper River, Kiev occupied one of the great arteries connecting northern Europe with the Black Sea and the Byzantine world beyond. Merchants traveled these waters. Warriors traveled them. Furs, wax, honey, silver, slaves, weapons, and luxury goods moved between distant regions. And along these same routes traveled something less visible: ideas, languages, religious traditions, Christianity. By the 10th century, the rulers of the Rus governed a loose and changing political world stretching across enormous distances. Its population included Slavic, Finnic, Norse, and other peoples. Its princes competed with one another. Its towns were connected by rivers more easily than by roads. And its religious world contained many local gods, rituals, sacred places, and traditions. But the Rus did not exist in isolation. To the south stood one of the richest and most sophisticated civilizations of the medieval world, Byzantium, and at its center stood Constantinople. The relationship between the Rus and Byzantium would sometimes be violent. Rus warriors attacked Constantinople. Rus merchants traded there.
Rus soldiers entered Byzantine service. Diplomats crossed between the two worlds. And eventually, the religion of Constantinople traveled north. Christianity was not completely unknown in the Rus before the famous conversion of Vladimir. Contacts with Christian societies had existed for generations. Merchants encountered Christianity abroad. Foreign Christians lived within trading communities. Missionaries traveled through Eastern Europe.
And some members of the ruling elite had already accepted the faith. One of the most important was Princess Olga. Olga ruled in Kiev during the 10th century and later became remembered as one of the earliest Christian rulers of the Rus. The precise circumstances of her baptism remain debated, but she traveled to Constantinople and entered into direct contact with the Byzantine imperial court. She became Christian. Her son, Sviatoslav, did not follow her example. He remained associated with the traditional religion of the Rus. For the moment, Christianity remained one faith among several. But Olga's conversion pointed toward a much larger question. The rulers of the Rus were becoming part of an interconnected world. Around them stood powerful religious civilizations: Latin Christianity to the west, Byzantine Christianity to the south, Islamic powers farther east and south, Jewish communities and traditions along important commercial networks. Religion was not merely a matter of private belief. It could shape diplomacy, marriage, law, writing, political legitimacy, and relations with neighboring powers. Eventually, One ruler would make a choice that transformed the religious history of Eastern Europe. Vladimir. Vladimir became Prince of Kiev in the late 10th century. The chronicles that later described his conversion transformed it into one of the great stories of medieval Christianity. According to the primary chronicle, Vladimir investigated several religions. Representatives of Islam came before him. Latin Christians presented their faith. Jewish representatives argued their case. Finally, Vladimir sent envoys to examine different forms of worship for themselves. The most famous part of the story takes place in Constantinople. There, the envoys entered Hagia Sophia. They witnessed the Byzantine divine liturgy. And according to the chronicler, they returned overwhelmed by what they had seen. They did not know, they said, whether they had been on earth or in heaven. It is one of the most beautiful conversion stories in Christian history. It is also a story written down generations after the events it describes. We should therefore be cautious about treating every detail as literal reportage. Vladimir's conversion almost certainly involved more than aesthetic wonder. Politics mattered. Diplomacy mattered. Military alliances mattered. Byzantium mattered. But the chronicler's story reveals something important, regardless of its precise historical details. Later generations of the Rus remembered their conversion not simply as the acceptance of a doctrine, but as an encounter with worship, with beauty, with liturgy, with the sacred world of Byzantium. Around 988, Vladimir accepted Byzantium Christianity. His baptism became connected with an alliance with the Byzantine imperial house and his marriage to Anna, sister of the Byzantine Emperor Basil II. For a ruler of the Rus, this was an extraordinary connection. The Byzantine emperors did not casually marry imperial princesses to foreign rulers. The marriage placed Vladimir within one of the most prestigious political networks in the Christian world. But the consequences extended far beyond dynastic politics. Vladimir returned to Kiev as a Christian ruler. According to the traditional account, pagan idols were destroyed. The image of the god Perun was pulled down, and the people of Kiev were summoned to the Dnieper for baptism. The Christianization of an entire society, however, could never happen in a single afternoon. Old religious practices did not simply vanish. Christian beliefs and pre-Christian customs could coexist, overlap, and interact for generations. Remote communities did not necessarily follow the religious decisions of a prince immediately. Conversion was a process, sometimes peaceful, sometimes encouraged by political authority, sometimes resisted, sometimes incomplete. But the direction had changed. The ruling dynasty had embraced Christianity, and the form of Christianity it embraced came primarily from Byzantium. Soon, the landscape began to change. Churches appeared. Crosses rose above settlements.
Clergy celebrated the liturgy. Sacred books circulated. Icons entered the religious life of the Rus. The Christian calendar began reorganizing time around feasts and fasts. Baptism marked entry into the church. Marriage increasingly came under Christian influence. The dead were buried within a Christian religious world. New names entered society: George, Basil, Nicholas, Michael, Anna, Sophia.
Names carried by saints, emperors, martyrs, and biblical figures became part of the culture of the Rus. And in Kiev, Vladimir ordered the construction of one of the first monumental stone churches of the new Christian order, the Church of the Tithes. Its architecture announced something important. The faith of Constantinople was no longer merely foreign. it had acquired a home on the Dnieper. The transformation became still more visible under Vladimir's son, Yaroslav the Wise.
During the 11th century, Kiev developed into a major Christian and political center, and one building symbolized its new identity more clearly than almost any other: St. Sophia Cathedral. Its name deliberately echoed the great Hagia Sophia of Constantinople. Kiev was not Constantinople, but it had entered the same sacred civilization. Inside St. Sophia, mosaics and frescoes surrounded worshippers with the imagery of Byzantine Christianity: Christ, the Virgin, saints, angels.
Biblical scenes. The walls themselves became theological statements. The cathedral was a place of worship, but it also expressed political legitimacy. The prince who ruled from Kiev was now part of a Christian order stretching far beyond the Rus. The connection with Byzantium offered more than religion. It offered a language of rulership, a tradition of law, art, architecture, literacy, diplomacy, and history. The Rus had not become Byzantium, but Byzantine Christianity gave its rulers and peoples access to a vast cultural inheritance, and gradually they made that inheritance their own. Language was essential to this transformation. Christianity could not take deep root if it remained accessible only through Greek. Fortunately, the Slavic Christian world already possessed a remarkable inheritance. More than a century earlier, Cyril and Methodius and their disciples had helped establish a tradition of Christian worship and literature in Slavic languages. Their work had developed primarily in Central Europe and the Balkans, but its consequences traveled much farther. Books entered the Rus through the Christian Slavic world. Scripture, psalters, liturgical texts, lives of saints, sermons, theological works, collections of law and moral teaching. The language associated with this tradition developed into what we call Church Slavonic. This was enormously important. The Rus did not have to become Greek-speaking in order to become Orthodox. A Christian could hear sacred texts in a language far closer to his own linguistic world. A monk could copy Slavonic manuscripts. A priest could celebrate using Slavonic liturgical books. A ruler could patronize Christian literature without replacing his culture with Greek. Byzantine Christianity was being translated, not only linguistically, but culturally. With books came literacy, not universal literacy. Medieval Rus did not suddenly become a society in which everyone could read, but writing became increasingly important. Clergy needed books, monasteries copied manuscripts, princes employed scribes, legal and diplomatic texts could be recorded, chronicles preserved memories. And evidence from places such as Novgorod reveals something especially fascinating. People wrote on birch bark, letters, accounts, requests, business messages, personal communications. The surviving birch bark documents remind us that literacy in the medieval Rus was not confined entirely to bishops and princes. Written culture had begun penetrating urban society. Christianization was not the only cause. Trade and administration mattered too. But the church became one of the great institutions through which writing, books, education, and historical memory were preserved. A new civilization was taking shape, not Byzantine, not Scandinavian, not simply Slavic in the form that had existed before conversion. Something new had emerged from their encounter, and nowhere was this new Orthodox culture more powerful than in the monastery. Near Kiev, caves overlooking the Dnieper became associated with a community that would shape East Slavic Christianity for centuries. The Kiev Monastery of the Caves, the Pechersk Lavra. Its beginnings were humble, Tradition associates its early development with Antony, a monk who had encountered the monastic world of Mount Athos. He returned to the Rus and pursued an ascetic life in a cave. Others joined him. A community formed. Another important figure, Theodosius, helped organize its life. Over time, the monastery became one of the great spiritual centers of the Rus. Here, the connection between Byzantium and the Slavic world became tangible.
The ideals of Eastern monasticism had traveled north. Prayer, fasting, obedience, poverty, vigils, withdrawal from worldly ambition. But the monastery did more than withdraw from society. It became deeply influential within it. Monks advised princes. Texts were copied. Stories of saints circulated. Religious ideals spread. And the monastery became a place where political power could be judged against a different standard. A prince might command soldiers. A monk possessed no army.
Yet a monk believed that rulers too stood beneath the judgment of God. That tension between spiritual and political authority would become one of the recurring themes of Orthodox history. Christianity also transformed how the Rus understood their own past. Before conversion, history could be remembered through oral tradition, genealogy, songs, and legend. Christian literary culture introduced another framework. Time itself became part of sacred history. Creation, the biblical world, Christ, the apostles, Christian empires, the conversion of peoples. Now the Rus could locate themselves within that story. Their rulers were no longer simply descendants of local dynasties. They belonged to a Christian political world. Their cities could be compared with ancient Christian cities. Their saints joined the communion of saints. Their victories and disasters could be interpreted through providence. Their chroniclers could ask what God intended through historical events.
The primary chronicle, compiled in the early 12th century from earlier materials and traditions, became one of the most important expressions of this worldview. Its famous opening asks, "From where did the land of Rus begin?" That question was political, but it was also religious. The history of a people was being written as part of the history of salvation. Yet there was an important difference between the Orthodox world of the Rus and Byzantium. In Constantinople, the Church existed beside an emperor whose office claimed universal Roman inheritance. In the Rus, political authority was divided among princes. Kiev could be preeminent, but succession disputes repeatedly fractured political unity. Members of the ruling dynasty governed different territories: Kiev, Novgorod, Chernigov, Smolensk, Polotsk, Rostov, Suzdal, Vladimir, and others. Princes formed alliances, broke them, fought one another, moved between cities, competed for the prestigious throne of Kiev. Political fragmentation increased, but the Church possessed a different geography. The Metropolitan of Kiev stood at the head of an ecclesiastical network connecting territories ruled by competing princes. Bishops served different cities. Monasteries exchanged traditions. The same liturgical language could be heard across political boundaries. The same saints were honored. The same calendar structured worship.
The same broader Orthodox tradition connected believers to Constantinople. This gave the Church a role that no prince could entirely replicate. Political authority could fragment. Religious identity could still connect. That would become critically important when the political order itself was shattered. The Church of the Rus remained closely connected to Constantinople.
For much of this period, metropolitans of Kiev were appointed or confirmed within the orbit of the ecumenical patriarchate and were often Greek. This preserved strong links with Byzantine theology and ecclesiastical practice. But the Rus was not merely a passive recipient. A native Christian tradition increasingly developed. Local saints appeared. Among the earliest were Boris and Gleb. They were sons of Vladimir. During the dynastic struggles following their father's death, both were killed. Later tradition remembered them not primarily as warriors, but as men who accepted death rather than intensify fratricidal violence. They became known as passion bearers. Their sanctity expressed something distinctive. The Christian ruler was not honored merely because he conquered. Holiness might be revealed in refusing to answer violence with violence. Whether the historical circumstances were as simple as later hagiography presented them is another question. But the ideal mattered. The Rus was beginning to produce its own saints, its own sacred memories, its own expression of Orthodox Christianity. Over time, the religious landscape expanded far beyond Kiev. Novgorod became one of the great centers of northern Rus. Its churches and monasteries developed distinctive artistic traditions. Icon painting flourished. Farther northeast, new political centers grew. Rostov, Suzdal, Vladimir. Forests were cleared, settlements expanded, monasteries appeared. The center of gravity within the Rus world was slowly becoming more complicated. Kiev remained sacred and prestigious, but it was no longer the only important center. In 1169, forces led by Andrei Bogolyubsky attacked and sacked Kiev. The event revealed how much the political world had changed. A prince could claim power without permanently relocating himself to Kiev. The northeast was rising, and with political movement came religious movement. Churches were built in Vladimir. Sacred objects traveled. New monasteries appeared. The Orthodox civilization established around Kiev was spreading into regions that would later become central to the history of Muscovy. But Moscow itself remained insignificant. There was no Russian Empire, no Tsar, no Patriarch of Moscow, no Third Rome. Those developments still lay centuries ahead. For now, the Orthodox world of the Rus was plural. Its political centers competed. Its cities possessed different traditions. Its people lived across enormous distances. Yet, they shared an increasingly recognizable Christian culture. A traveler entering a church in Kiev, Novgorod, or Vladimir would encounter familiar things: icons, incense, chant, the Eucharist, the sign of the cross, the calendar of saints.
The rhythms of fasting, the authority of bishops, the presence of monasteries. And behind all of them, however distant geographically, stood the religious prestige of Constantinople. The Byzantine emperor might not rule the Rus, but Byzantine Christianity had transformed it. The achievement was extraordinary. A faith shaped in the Mediterranean world had traveled into the forests and river valleys of Eastern Europe and taken root. Not superficially, deeply.
Deep enough to survive what came next. Because during the early 13th century, reports began reaching the Rus of something strange happening far to the east. Unknown warriors had appeared beyond the steppe. They moved with extraordinary speed. Their armies were disciplined. Their horsemen could fire arrows while maneuvering across enormous distances. They defeated enemies far larger than themselves. Cities that resisted could face destruction. At first, these stories may have seemed remote. The Eurasian steppe had always produced threats: pechenegs, Cumans. Nomadic confederations had fought, traded, and negotiated with the Rus for generations. Why should this new people be fundamentally different? Then, in 1223, Rus princes and their Cuman allies confronted them near the Kalka River. The result was disastrous. The Rus coalition was defeated, but the mysterious army did not immediately remain. It withdrew. For a time, the danger seemed to pass. It had not. The warriors were Mongols. They belonged to an empire created by Genghis Khan that was expanding across Eurasia on a scale almost without precedent. A little more than a decade later, they returned. This time, they came to conquer. In 1237, the invasion began in earnest. Ryazan fell, then other cities. The Mongol armies moved through the northeastern principalities with terrifying efficiency. Settlements that resisted were destroyed. Armies were defeated. Vladimir fell in 1238. Churches burned. People fled into forests. Princes died. Communities disappeared. The invaders then turned toward the south, and in 1240, they reached Kiev, the city that had received Byzantine Christianity, the city of Vladimir, the city of Saint Sophia, the city of the Monastery of the Caves, stood before an army that had already destroyed kingdoms across Eurasia. Kiev resisted. The Mongols attacked. Its defenses were broken. The city was devastated. The scale of destruction is difficult to reconstruct precisely, and later accounts could magnify catastrophe. But there is no doubt that Kiev suffered enormously. The political world centered upon the old capital would never fully recover its former position. To anyone standing among the ruins, it might have appeared that the Christian civilization built over the previous 2.5 centuries had failed. Princes had been defeated. Cities had burned.
Political independence had been shattered. The old order was gone. But something survived. Priests still celebrated the liturgy. Monks still prayed. Icons were carried from ruined churches. Bishops continued to lead Christian communities. Monasteries were rebuilt. The church adapted to a political world dominated by conquerors who did not share its faith. Once again, the pattern appeared. A state could fall. A city could burn. A dynasty could lose its power.
But a religious tradition rooted deeply enough in communities could survive all three. And under Mongol domination, the Orthodox Church would do more than survive. It would become one of the institutions connecting a fragmented people. At the same time, political power would begin shifting toward new centers in the northeast. One of those centers was still small, still young, still overshadowed by older cities. Its name was Moscow. And the catastrophe that destroyed the old political order of the Rus would eventually help create the world in which Moscow could rise. In the winter of 1237, the old world of the Rus began to collapse. Mongol armies crossed into the northeastern principalities with a speed and discipline their opponents struggled to comprehend. Ryazan was destroyed. Vladimir fell. Princes were killed. Towns burned. Then the invaders moved south. In 1240, Kiev was devastated.
The city that had once stood at the center of the Christian Rus, the city of Vladimir's conversion, Saint Sophia Cathedral, and the Monastery of the Caves, would survive. But its age of political dominance was effectively over. Across the Rus lands, the consequences were profound. Some cities disappeared. Others recovered slowly. Princely dynasties survived, but under radically altered conditions.
And above them now stood a power whose political center lay far beyond the forests of the Rus: the Mongols. For generations, the princes of the Rus would have to negotiate with rulers of the steppe. They would travel to receive confirmation of their authority. They would pay tribute. They would compete with one another for favor. And sometimes they would use Mongol power against their own rivals. It was a humiliating political reality. But it was not the end of Orthodox Christianity.
In some ways, the destruction of the old political order would make the Church more important than ever. The Mongol conquerors were not initially interested in converting the Rus to their religion. The Mongol Empire governed peoples of many faiths: Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, practitioners of traditional Mongol religion.
Religious communities could often continue their worship so long as they did not challenge Mongol political authority and fulfilled the obligations imposed upon them. For the Orthodox Church, this created a complicated new reality. The conquerors had destroyed Christian cities, churches had burned during invasions, clergy and ordinary believers had died. The trauma was real. Yet once Mongol rule became established, church institutions could receive important protections. Mongol rulers issued charters granting clergy privileges and exemptions. Church lands could enjoy favorable treatment. Bishops continued to serve. Monasteries continued to grow. The liturgy continued. The conquerors demanded political submission. They did not require the Orthodox population to abandon its faith. This distinction mattered enormously. The Church could survive even while the princes lost much of their independence. The Mongol Empire itself soon divided into several great political formations. The western territories came under the rule of what later became known as the Golden Horde. Its rulers dominated much of the steppe north of the Black and Caspian Seas. The Rus principalities were not generally absorbed into the horde in exactly the same way as its core territories. Local princes continued to rule, but they did so beneath Mongol supremacy. A prince seeking authority over an important Rus territory often needed recognition from the Khan. This recognition could be expressed through a charter commonly described by the Turkic term yarlik. Rus princes therefore traveled to the horde. They brought gifts, negotiated, waited, competed. A political world that had once looked toward Kiev and Constantinople now also had to look toward the steppe. And this produced uncomfortable choices. Should a prince resist? Submit? Cooperate? Wait. Could accommodation preserve his people? Or did cooperation become betrayal? There were no simple answers. One of the most famous figures to navigate this world was Alexander Nevsky. Alexander was Prince of Novgorod and later Grand Prince of Vladimir. He became famous for victories against enemies approaching from the west. In 1240, he defeated Swedish forces near the Neva River.
2 years later, his forces fought the Livonian branch of the Teutonic Order and its allies in the battle traditionally known as the Battle on the Ice. Later Russian memory transformed Alexander into a great defender of the Rus and of Orthodoxy. That memory would become extraordinarily powerful. But Alexander's policy toward the Mongols was very different. He did not attempt a grand military confrontation with the horde. He traveled to Mongol rulers.
He accepted their political supremacy. He worked within the system they had created.
At times, he helped enforce demands connected with Mongol rule. To later generations, this could appear contradictory. How could the same prince resist forces from the Latin Christian West while accommodating non-Christian conquerors from the East? But from Alexander's perspective, the threats were different. The Mongols demanded tribute and political obedience. They generally did not demand conversion to another form of Christianity or another religion. Western military orders, by contrast, operated within a Latin Christian world, already divided from Orthodoxy, and were connected to campaigns that combined political conquest with Catholic religious expansion. Whether Alexander consciously framed every decision in those terms is impossible to know. But later Orthodox tradition certainly did. Alexander became a saint, and his memory helped create an enduring image. The prince who preserved the Orthodox world by understanding when to fight and when survival required accommodation. This was a recurring reality of medieval Orthodox history. Survival did not always look heroic. Sometimes it meant negotiation, compromise, patience, paying tribute, rebuilding churches, preserving manuscripts, teaching children the prayers their grandparents had known, waiting for political circumstances to change. Empires often tell their history through battles. Religious communities frequently survive in quieter ways. And during the generations of Mongol supremacy, the Orthodox Church became one of the institutions capable of connecting communities whose political world remained fragmented. The metropolitans still represented a church larger than any single principality. Bishops connected cities. Monasteries created networks of spiritual influence. Pilgrims traveled. Books were copied. Saints were remembered. The same liturgical language continued to sound in churches scattered across enormous distances. Political unity had been shattered. Ecclesiastical continuity had not. But even the geographical center of the church was beginning to move. Kiev remained sacred. Its Christian significance did not disappear because its political power had declined. But the Metropolitanate could not ignore the changing geography of the Rus. The northeast had become increasingly important even before the Mongol invasion. After the devastation, that shift continued. In the late 13th century, Metropolitan Maximus moved his principal residence from Kiev to Vladimir in the northeast. Then, in the early 14th century, another metropolitan made a decision with enormous long-term consequences. His name was Peter. Metropolitan Peter developed a close relationship with the Prince of Moscow, Ivan I. He spent increasing amounts of time there. And after Peter's death in 1326, he was buried in Moscow. His tomb became an important sacred site. His successor, Theognostus, also made Moscow a principal residence. The formal title of the Metropolitan continued to invoke Kiev and the wider Rus, but the practical center of ecclesiastical leadership was shifting toward Moscow. That did not happen because Moscow was already the natural capital of the Orthodox Rus. It was not. Moscow was one competitor among several. Tver was powerful. Vladimir retained prestige. Novgorod remained wealthy and distinctive. Other principalities possessed older histories and stronger claims. Moscow's eventual dominance was not inevitable. It had to be built. The early history of Moscow offered little indication of what the city would become. The settlement appears in written sources in the 12th century. It occupied a useful position among river routes and forested lands of the northeast. The Mongol invasions damaged it severely, yet it recovered. And during the late 13th and early 14th centuries, its princes began pursuing a remarkably successful strategy of expansion.
They married carefully, purchased territory, inherited land, fought rivals, cooperated with the horde when useful, and cultivated close relationships with the church.
One of the most important was Ivan I, later remembered as Ivan Kalita. His nickname is often translated as Ivan Moneybag. It captured something about the nature of his power. Ivan was not remembered primarily as a spectacular battlefield conqueror. He was a political accumulator, a manager, a negotiator, a ruler who understood the world created by Mongol supremacy. He secured favor from the horde. He helped collect tribute. He strengthened Moscow's position against rivals.
And he supported the church. Under Ivan, Moscow acquired something armies alone could not provide: sacred prestige. Churches rose within the Kremlin. The Dormition Cathedral became associated with the Metropolitan. The tomb of Metropolitan Peter gave Moscow a saintly protector and pilgrimage center. Political authority and ecclesiastical importance began reinforcing one another. The prince protected the church. The presence of the Metropolitan enhanced the prince. Moscow was becoming more than a successful principality. It was becoming a religious center. This relationship would have enormous consequences. But it is important not to imagine a secret plan stretching across centuries. Ivan Kalita did not know that Constantinople would fall in 1453. Metropolitan Peter was not preparing Moscow to become the Third Rome. The future had not yet happened. What they were doing was responding to the political circumstances of their own time.
Yet their decisions created institutions, and institutions create possibilities. Once the Metropolitan resided in Moscow, once important cathedrals stood there, once saints were buried there, once princes associated their dynasty with the protection of orthodoxy, the city possessed advantages its rivals could not easily reproduce. Moscow was acquiring memory, and memory can become power. But another transformation was occurring beyond the princely courts.
Far from Moscow's political calculations, men were entering the forests. They sought silence, prayer, solitude. They cleared small spaces among the trees, built wooden chapels, dug wells, cultivated poor soil, and established monasteries. The forests of northeastern Rus became one of the great landscapes of Orthodox monasticism. The movement was not simply an extension of political expansion. Many monks deliberately withdrew from cities and power.
Yet, monasteries often produced consequences their founders never intended. Settlers gathered around them. Forests were cleared. Roads appeared. Agriculture expanded. Books were copied. Travelers found shelter. Local communities developed. A monastery founded in isolation could eventually become the center of an entire region. And among the monks of this world, one figure would acquire extraordinary influence: Sergius of Radonezh. Sergius was born in the early 14th century.
His baptismal name was Bartholomew. Later traditions surrounded his childhood with stories of spiritual calling. As a young man, he withdrew with his brother into the forest north of Moscow. There, they established a small hermitage dedicated to the Holy Trinity. His brother eventually left. Sergius remained. The image became central to his later memory: a solitary monk in the Russian forest. No palace, no army, no political office. Only a wooden chapel, a rough cell,
The surrounding wilderness, and prayer. Others eventually came. A monastic community formed.
The settlement developed into what became the Trinity Monastery of St. Sergius, the future Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius. One of the most important religious institutions in Russian history had begun in the forest. Sergius represented an ideal very different from princely power. Moscow's rulers accumulated territory. Sergius renounced possessions. Princes negotiated with khans. Sergius sought God in silence. Political elites competed for precedence. The monk pursued humility. Yet precisely because he did not appear to seek political power, Sergius could acquire another kind of authority: spiritual authority. Princes visited him. Disciples sought his guidance. Monastic communities, inspired by his example, spread across the northeast. His influence helped revitalize Russian monastic life.
The monasteries associated with this broader movement became centers of prayer, colonization, agriculture, manuscript culture, charity, and regional development. Orthodoxy was becoming physically rooted in the landscape, not only in ancient cities, but in forests, on rivers, beside new settlements, across territories that had once stood at the margins of the old Kievan world. This mattered because the geography of Orthodox civilization was changing. The faith that had once traveled north from Byzantium through Kiev was developing powerful new centers far to the northeast, and Moscow stood increasingly close to the heart of that transformation. Yet Mongol supremacy remained. The Golden Horde itself had changed. By the 14th century, Islam had become increasingly important within the Horde, particularly after the conversion of Khan Özbek. But Orthodox communities continue to exist under its authority. The relationship between the Rus princes and the Horde remained one of tribute, negotiation, rivalry, and occasional violence. Moscow benefited from this system. Then it began testing its limits. By the second half of the 14th century, Moscow was ruled by Dmitry Ivanovich. Later generations would remember him as Dmitry Donskoy. His reign came during a period of political instability within the Golden Horde. Rival leaders struggled for power. Among them was Mamai, a powerful military commander who exercised enormous influence without himself possessing the full legitimacy of a Chinggisid Khan. The instability created opportunities. Rus princes could maneuver, Moscow could challenge. But challenging the Horde remained enormously dangerous. Memories of the 13th century invasions had not disappeared. Everyone knew what steppe armies could do. Then, confrontation came. According to later traditions, before marching against Mamai, Dmitry visited Sergius of Radonezh. The precise historical details of their encounter are difficult to reconstruct, and later accounts shaped the story into a powerful religious memory. But the tradition mattered. The prince came to the monk. Political power sought spiritual blessing. Sergius encouraged him. Later narratives even associated monks from Sergius's community with Dmitry's army. Whether every detail occurred exactly as later generations remembered is less important than what the story came to represent. The confrontation was not remembered simply as a struggle between rival rulers. It became part of a sacred narrative, the defense of the Rus, the defense of Orthodox people, the possibility that submission was not permanent. In 1380, Dmitry's forces crossed the Don River. On the field of Kulikovo, they met Mamai's army. The battle was brutal. Medieval accounts describe enormous armies and dramatic episodes, though their numbers and details cannot always be accepted literally. What is clear is that Dmitry's forces won. Mamai was defeated.
The victory was extraordinary. For generations, the Rus had lived beneath the memory of Mongol military superiority. Now, a coalition led by Moscow had defeated a major steppe army in open battle. The psychological importance was immense. But Kulikovo did not end Mongol domination.
This is crucial. Only 2 years later, Khan Tokhtamysh marched against Moscow. In 1382, the city was captured and burned. Tribute resumed. The Rus principalities remained within the political world shaped by the Horde for many decades. If we describe Kulikova as the moment Russia became independent, we misunderstand what happened. Its significance was different. Kulikova demonstrated that resistance was possible. It strengthened the prestige of Dmitry.
And above all, it strengthened Moscow's claim to leadership. Other princes had fought. Other territories had contributed. The victory did not belong to Moscow alone. But Moscow became increasingly successful at making the memory of the victory part of its own story. That would matter enormously. States are built not only from territory, they are built from memories of who led, who suffered, who defended, and who won. The Church participated in that memory.
The dead could be remembered as defenders of the Christian land. Dmitry became associated with a sacred historical narrative. Sergius became increasingly revered. Moscow appeared not simply as another principality competing for power, but as a gathering center, a protector, a place around which a larger Orthodox political community might eventually form. Again, none of this was inevitable. Tver had once seemed capable of becoming the dominant northeastern principality.
Novgorod remained powerful. Lithuania was expanding dramatically and ruled large populations descended from the Old Rus, many of them Orthodox. Indeed, during the 14th century, much of the former Kievan world increasingly came under the authority of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. This created an important reality, often obscured by later national histories. The inheritance of the Rus was dividing politically. There was no single road leading from Kyiv to Moscow. Different regions followed different paths. Some developed within the Lithuanian and eventually Polish-Lithuanian political world. Others increasingly fell within Moscow's orbit. Both contained Orthodox Christians. Both claimed parts of the religious and cultural inheritance of the Old Rus. The future of Eastern Orthodoxy in the region remained open. And above all of them still stood Constantinople. The ecumenical patriarchate remained deeply important. The metropolitanate of the Rus remained historically connected to it. Moscow was becoming powerful, but it was not independent of the wider Orthodox world. This produced tensions. Where should the metropolitan reside? Who should appoint him? How should Orthodox Christians living under Lithuanian rule relate to an ecclesiastical leadership increasingly associated with Moscow? Could one metropolitan effectively represent Orthodox communities divided among rival political states? These were not merely administrative questions. They touched the relationship between church and political identity. And as Moscow grew stronger, its rulers increasingly wanted ecclesiastical structures to reflect political realities. The story was beginning to resemble Byzantium in an unexpected way. A rising political center wanted a church whose center stood beside it. Meanwhile, Byzantine power continued to decline. By the 14th century, the empire centered upon Constantinople was fighting for survival. Civil wars weakened it. Serbian power expanded. Ottoman Turkish forces crossed into Europe. Byzantine territory shrank. The emperor, who still carried the ancient title of Roman ruler, increasingly governed little more than Constantinople and scattered territories. Yet Byzantine spiritual prestige remained enormous.
This produced one of the great paradoxes of late medieval orthodoxy. As Byzantine political power declined, Byzantine religious influence continued to travel. Monks,
Texts, icons, theological ideas, artistic styles, connections with Mount Athos, all moved through the Orthodox world. The empire was dying. Its civilization was still creating. One of the most important theological movements of this period centered upon hesychasm. The contemplative tradition discussed earlier, the pursuit of inner stillness and unceasing prayer, became the subject of major theological controversy in the 14th century. At its center stood Gregory Palamas.
Palamas defended the spiritual practices of hesychast monks and developed a theological distinction between the unknowable essence of God and the divine energies through which human beings genuinely participate in God's life. His theology was affirmed through a series of councils in Constantinople. For Eastern Orthodoxy, the consequences were profound. The contemplative spirituality of the monasteries was not treated as a marginal practice. It became deeply integrated into Orthodox theological identity. And these currents traveled into the Slavic world. Through Mount Athos, through Balkan monasteries, through manuscripts and monastic networks. The Orthodox Rus remained connected to a much larger religious civilization, even as Byzantium politically collapsed. Sergius of Radonezh, therefore, did not stand in an isolated Russian spiritual universe. The monastic revival around him belonged to broader currents moving across the Orthodox world. Moscow was rising, but it was still learning from Byzantium. This makes what happened next all the more important. During the 15th century, Byzantine emperors faced an existential threat from the Ottoman Empire. Constantinople desperately needed military assistance from the West. And, once again, the possibility of reunion with Rome appeared. The political logic was obvious. If the Eastern and Western churches could be reunited, perhaps Catholic Europe would come to Byzantium's defense. But centuries of theological disagreement and historical resentment stood in the way. The memory of 1204 had not disappeared. Many Orthodox monks and clergy remained deeply suspicious of Latin Christianity. Yet the emperor needed help. Negotiations began. Eventually, representatives of the Eastern Church traveled to Italy. Among them was the metropolitan responsible for the Rus. In 1439, at the Council of Florence, an agreement was proclaimed. The Eastern and Western churches were to be reunited. On paper, the Great Schism seemed to have been healed. In reality, the crisis was only beginning. Many Orthodox Christians rejected the union. Some Eastern bishops who had signed it later repudiated it. Monastic opposition was fierce. The agreement came to be seen by many as a political surrender made under the pressure of Byzantine desperation. And in Moscow, the consequences were dramatic. Metropolitan Isidore of Kiev and all Rus had supported the union. When he returned and proclaimed it, Moscow's ruler rejected him. Isidore was arrested. He eventually escaped. Then, in 1448, Russian bishops took an extraordinary step. Without waiting for confirmation from Constantinople, they selected Jonah as metropolitan. The act effectively made the church centered in Moscow self-governing. It was not yet the Patriarchate of Moscow. That would come much later. But something fundamental had changed. For centuries, the Church of the Rus had looked to Constantinople for its metropolitan. Now, Moscow had acted on its own, and the timing was extraordinary.
because only 5 years later, Constantinople fell. By the middle of the 15th century, Moscow had traveled an astonishing distance. It had begun as an obscure settlement. It had been burned by the Mongols. Its princes had risen through accommodation, calculation, inheritance, warfare, and service within the political system of the Horde. Its rulers had cultivated the church. The metropolitan had made the city his principal residence. Monasteries had spread through the surrounding forests. Sergius of Radonezh had become a symbol of spiritual renewal. The victory at Kulikova had given Moscow a powerful political memory. And now, its bishops had begun governing their church without direct confirmation from Constantinople. Moscow was not yet free from every remnant of Horde supremacy. It was not yet an empire. Its ruler was not yet universally recognized as a czar. And no serious historian should imagine that the entire Orthodox world had suddenly begun looking to Moscow as its new capital. But the foundations had been laid. Political power, sacred prestige, ecclesiastical independence, historical memory, all were beginning to converge in one place. Then, in 1453, news traveled north from the Bosporus. Constantinople had fallen. The emperor was dead. Hagia Sophia had become a mosque. The Byzantine Empire was gone. For Orthodox Christians everywhere, the event was profound. But in Moscow, it raised a question with extraordinary possibilities. If the Orthodox Roman Empire had disappeared, who would now protect the faith? The answer would not emerge immediately.
It would develop slowly, through marriage, symbols, political ambition, theology, and memory. But eventually, some in Moscow would make one of the most remarkable claims in the history of Christianity. Rome had been the first. Constantinople had been the second. And now, there would be a third.
For more than 1,000 years, Constantinople had survived. Persian armies had threatened it. Arab fleets had sailed against it. Rus warriors had attacked it. Bulgarians had fought beneath its walls. Crusaders had conquered it. Civil wars had weakened it. Plague had emptied its streets. Earthquakes had damaged its buildings. Dynasties had risen and disappeared. Yet the city endured. Again and again, Constantinople had seemed to stand at the edge of destruction. Again and again, it had survived. But by the middle of the 15th century, survival had become increasingly difficult. The Byzantine Empire that remained was an empire largely in name. Its emperors still carried one of the most prestigious titles in the Christian world. They still called themselves Emperors of the Romans. Hagia Sophia still stood. The ecumenical patriarchate still occupied the ancient capital. The imperial court still performed ceremonies inherited from centuries of Byzantine history. But beyond the walls of Constantinople, the political reality had changed almost beyond recognition. The empire had once ruled territories stretching across the Mediterranean world. Now its possessions were scattered remnants, and surrounding them stood a new imperial power, the Ottomans. The rise of the Ottoman state had been gradual. During the late 13th century, one among several Turkish principalities emerged in northwestern Anatolia. Its rulers expanded. They absorbed neighboring territories. They crossed into southeastern Europe. They captured cities, defeated rivals, and built a state increasingly capable of operating on both sides of the Bosporus. By the 14th century, Ottoman forces were deeply established in the Balkans. Adrianople, Edirne, became an Ottoman capital. Serbian and Bulgarian power was broken or reduced. Byzantine emperors increasingly found themselves negotiating with rulers whose territories surrounded their own. At times, Byzantium became dependent upon Ottoman assistance in its own civil wars. Byzantine princes and Ottoman rulers formed temporary alliances. Marriage diplomacy continued. Tribute was paid. The relationship between Christian Byzantium and Muslim Ottoman power was not a simple story of permanent warfare. There was diplomacy, trade, cooperation, intrigue, and conflict. But the long-term direction was unmistakable. Ottoman power grew. Byzantine power shrank. And Constantinople increasingly resembled an island surrounded by someone else's empire. The city still possessed formidable defenses. The great land walls remained among the strongest fortifications in the world. Built originally in the 5th century under Theodosius II, they had protected Constantinople for nearly 1,000 years. A moat lay before them. Then an outer wall, then the immense inner wall. Towers rose above the approaches. An attacking army had to cross multiple layers of defense, while defenders fired from above. On the sea, the city possessed another advantage. A massive chain could be stretched across the entrance to the Golden Horde, preventing hostile ships from entering the harbor. Generations of attackers had failed against these defenses. But warfare was changing, and the Ottoman Sultan preparing to attack Constantinople understood that change. His name was Mehmed II. He was only 19 when he became Sultan again in 1451. Young, ambitious, educated, determined, and obsessed with Constantinople. For Mehmed, the city represented far more than a military prize. It stood at the center of his expanding territories. Its capture would secure strategic control of the Bosphorus. It would eliminate a surviving rival capable of attracting foreign intervention. And possession of Constantinople carried enormous symbolic importance. The city was Rome's eastern heir, an imperial capital, a place whose conquest could elevate the Ottoman dynasty into something greater than a regional power. Mehmed intended to take it. The Byzantines understood the danger. Their emperor was Constantine XI Palaiologos. He inherited almost nothing resembling the empire his predecessors had once ruled. His resources were limited. His population was reduced. His treasury was weak. And the Ottoman states surrounding him possessed vastly greater military power. Constantine sought assistance from the Christian West. But here, once again, the Great Schism shaped political reality. For generations, Byzantine emperors had hoped that reunion with Rome might secure Western military help. The Council of Florence had proclaimed such a union in 1439. Many Orthodox Christians rejected it. To them, reunion under papal terms looked less like reconciliation and more like surrender. The memory of 1204 remained alive. Still, Constantine XI had little room for ideological purity. His city faced destruction. In December 1452, a liturgy recognizing union with Rome was celebrated in Hagia Sophia. To supporters, it represented desperate Christian unity in the face of catastrophe. To opponents, it represented betrayal. Some Orthodox clergy and monks refused to accept it. Even at the edge of extinction, the division between East and West could not simply be wished away. Meanwhile, Mehmed prepared. Across the Bosporus, he constructed the fortress known today as Rumeli Hisari. Its position allowed the Ottomans to tighten control over shipping through the strait. Then came the weapons that would become symbols of the siege: cannons. Gunpowder artillery had existed for generations, but increasingly powerful siege guns were transforming warfare. Mehmed employed artillery specialists, including a famous founder commonly known as Orban or Urban, who constructed enormous bombards capable of firing massive stone projectiles. The Theodosian walls had survived almost everything medieval warfare could throw against them. Now they would face something for which they had never originally been designed: repeated artillery bombardment. The old world was about to encounter a new kind of war. In the spring of 1453, the Ottoman army approached Constantinople. The exact numbers remain debated. Later sources sometimes produced enormous estimates. What mattered was the imbalance. The defenders were few. Perhaps only several thousand men could be gathered to defend miles of walls. Among them were Byzantine Greeks, foreign residents, Venetians, Genoese, and other Western Christians who had chosen to remain. One of the most important was the Genoese commander Giovanni Giustiniani Longo. He arrived with experienced soldiers and took responsibility for defending some of the most vulnerable sections of the land walls. This was one of the ironies of the final siege. For centuries, Greeks and Latins had distrusted one another. In 1204, Latin crusaders had conquered Constantinople. Now, in 1453, Latin Christians fought beside Orthodox Greeks to save it. History rarely divides itself cleanly into enemies and friends. On 6 April 1453, the siege began. Ottoman artillery opened fire. The sound must have been unlike anything generations of Constantinopolitans had known. Stone struck stone. Walls trembled. Dust filled the air. Sections of fortification were damaged. At night, defenders repaired what they could: earth, timber, rubble. Anything available was used to reinforce breaches. Then the cannons fired again. Day after day, the ancient walls absorbed the impact. They did not immediately collapse. The defenses still worked, but they were being worn down. Inside the city, life narrowed around survival. Food became precious. Men slept near defensive positions. Churches filled with prayer. Processions carried icons and relics through the streets. Priests celebrated services. People who had spent years arguing about theology now faced a simpler reality. Their city might not exist much longer. At sea, Mehmed confronted the chain across the Golden Horde. As long as Byzantine and allied ships controlled the harbor, part of the city remained protected. Then the Sultan attempted something extraordinary. Ottoman ships were moved overland. Using greased timbers and prepared routes, vessels were transported around the barrier and launched into the Golden Horde. Suddenly, the defenders faced danger from another direction. The psychological impact was immense. The Ottomans had demonstrated that even the city's geography could be overcome. Still, Constantinople resisted. Weeks passed. Assaults were repelled. Mines were countered. Walls were repaired. The defenders remained desperately outnumbered. But the city had survived impossible odds before. Perhaps it could again. Perhaps Western reinforcements would arrive. Perhaps the Ottomans would exhaust themselves. Perhaps disease would spread through the besieging army. Perhaps God would intervene.
Hope persisted because Constantinople had taught its people for centuries that survival was possible. But Mehmed was preparing the final assault. By late May, the walls had been badly damaged. The defenders were exhausted. On 28 May, Ottoman preparations intensified. Inside Constantinople, according to accounts of the final hours, Greeks and Latins gathered together. Differences that had divided them for centuries briefly receded before the approaching catastrophe. Constantine XI attended worship. Hagia Sophia filled with people. Some prayed, some confessed, some received communion. Families gathered. Soldiers returned to the walls. The city entered its final night as the capital of a Christian empire.
It must have been a strange night. Quiet in some places, filled with activity in others. Candles burning before icons, soldiers repairing defenses, priests chanting prayers, Ottoman fires glowing beyond the walls, and above everything, the knowledge that the morning might bring the end of a world.
Before dawn on 29 May 1453, the final assault began. Ottoman forces attacked in waves. The defenders resisted. For hours, fighting continued along the damaged walls. Then Giustiniani was seriously wounded. His removal weakened morale at a critical point. Ottoman troops gained access through the defenses. The exact sequence remains difficult to reconstruct. Later sources disagree over details, but the outcome is certain. The defenses broke. Ottoman soldiers poured into Constantinople.
The city was lost. Constantine XI disappeared in the fighting. Tradition remembers him throwing aside imperial insignia and dying among his soldiers. No universally accepted account describes his final moments with certainty. His body was never conclusively identified, and this uncertainty helped transform the last emperor into legend. The final Byzantine emperor did not simply die. He vanished into memory. For the inhabitants of Constantinople, the conquest meant terror.
Medieval warfare could be brutal, particularly when a city taken by assault was given over to plunder. Ottoman troops looted homes and churches. People were killed. Others were captured. Many faced enslavement. The city that had accumulated Christian relics, manuscripts, works of art, and sacred objects across centuries was subjected once again to conquest. And eventually, Ottoman soldiers reached Hagia Sophia.
For nearly 9 centuries, the Great Church had served as one of the supreme monuments of Byzantine Christianity. Emperors had been crowned within its walls. Patriarchs had celebrated its liturgy. Foreign envoys had stood beneath its dome in astonishment. Now the Christian worship taking place there ended. Hagia Sophia became a mosque. The transformation was immediate and symbolic. The greatest church of Byzantine now belonged to the empire that had conquered Byzantine.
For later Christian memory, this moment often became the defining image of 1453. A fallen cross, a conquered church, the end of Christian Constantinople. But the reality that followed was more complicated. Mehmed had not conquered the city simply to destroy it. He intended to rule it. Constantinople, soon increasingly known in Ottoman usage as Istanbul, though multiple names continued in circulation, was to become an imperial capital again. The city needed people. Administrators, merchants, craftsmen, religious communities. Mehmed began rebuilding and repopulating it. Muslims arrived. Christians remained or returned. Jews settled there. Mosques appeared. Markets revived.
palaces were constructed. The Ottoman capital became one of the great cities of the early modern world. And among the institutions Mehmed allowed to continue was the Orthodox Church. This is one of the most important facts in the entire story. The Byzantine Empire ended.
The ecumenical patriarchate did not. Mehmed appointed or recognized the selection of Gennadios Scholarios as Patriarch of Constantinople. Gennadios had been a prominent opponent of union with Rome. For Mehmed, this choice made political sense. An anti-union patriarch was unlikely to encourage Orthodox subjects to seek salvation through Catholic powers in the West. But the arrangement also gave the Orthodox hierarchy a recognized place within the Ottoman order.
The precise administrative system later associated with the Ottoman millet structure developed over time and should not be imagined as fully formed in 1453. But the principle was already significant. The Sultan was Muslim, the empire was Islamic. Yet Orthodox bishops, monasteries, parishes, and religious courts continued to exist. The Patriarchate remained in Constantinople. The Church had lost its Christian emperor. Now it had to learn how to live beneath a Muslim sultan. For nearly 1,000 years, Eastern Roman political theory had assumed a Christian emperor somewhere within the structure of Orthodox civilization. The relationship had often been contentious. Emperors had interfered in church affairs. Patriarchs had resisted them. Monks had condemned them. But the emperor remained part of the inherited political imagination. Now there was no emperor. That absence changed orthodoxy profoundly. The patriarch could no longer appeal to a Byzantine ruler. There would be no imperial armies protecting Orthodox territories. No Christian court surrounding Hagia Sophia. No Byzantine diplomatic system representing Eastern Roman Christianity. Yet the Church discovered that it did not require any of these things in order to continue being the Church. Priests still baptized children. The Eucharist was still celebrated. Monks still prayed. Icons still stood in homes. Saints were still commemorated. Fasts continued. Feasts returned each year. The liturgical cycle did not end because the empire had ended. Again, Orthodoxy revealed one of its deepest historical strengths. Its institutions could outlive the political world that had nurtured them. For Orthodox Christians living within the Ottoman Empire, however, survival did not mean equality in the modern sense. Christians were non-Muslim subjects of an Islamic state. Their legal and social position differed from that of Muslims. Taxes could fall differently upon them. Restrictions varied across periods and regions. Church construction and repair could be regulated. Conversion to Islam occurred for many reasons: social mobility, economic advantage, conviction, marriage, political circumstances, pressure. In some regions, Christian communities remained large and resilient. In others, they declined. The Ottoman experience of Orthodox Christians cannot be reduced to one word, such as tolerance or persecution. It lasted centuries. Conditions changed. Different rulers pursued different policies. Different provinces experienced Ottoman authority differently. There were periods of stability, periods of oppression, periods of cooperation, periods of violence. But there was continuity. Greek Orthodox Christianity survived. So did Serbian Orthodoxy. Bulgarian Orthodox communities endured. Arab Orthodox Christians continued in the ancient patriarchates. Mount Athos remained alive. Orthodoxy had lost Byzantium. It had not lost the Orthodox world. And perhaps nothing demonstrates this better than Mount Athos. Long before the Ottoman conquest, Athos had become one of the spiritual centers of Eastern Christianity. After 1453, its monasteries continued. Monks remained.
Manuscripts survived. Icons were painted. The Jesus prayer continued to be repeated. Pilgrims still arrived. Orthodox rulers beyond Ottoman territory sent donations.
The monasteries preserved memories of Byzantium. While living under a political system Byzantium had spent centuries fighting. This continuity mattered, because sacred traditions do not survive only through institutions at the top. They survive through repetition at the bottom. One monk teaching another, one priest teaching a child, one family preserving an icon, one monastery copying a manuscript, one generation handing its prayers to the next. States think in terms of borders.
Religions often survive through memory. But the fall of Constantinople had consequences far beyond the Ottoman Empire. News traveled across Europe. To Catholic rulers, the conquest was a geopolitical and religious shock. Calls for crusade appeared. Plans were discussed. No great Western campaign restored Byzantium. The political realities of Europe made such unity difficult. For Orthodox Christians outside Ottoman rule, the meaning of the event was different.
The most prestigious Orthodox empire had vanished. The ancient patriarch remained, but the political protector of Orthodox Christianity was gone. And this produced a vacuum that could be interpreted in different ways. No council of the Orthodox world declared that a new empire must replace Byzantium. No patriarch announced that Constantinople's spiritual primacy had ended. The ecumenical patriarchate continued to claim and exercise its ancient position within Orthodoxy. But elsewhere,
Especially in Moscow, the fall could be interpreted as evidence that history had entered a new stage. Moscow had already begun moving towards ecclesiastical independence before 1453. In 1448, Russian bishops had selected Metropolitan Jonah without waiting for Constantinopolitan confirmation. The decision was closely connected with Moscow's rejection of the Union of Florence. From Moscow's perspective, Constantinople had compromised itself through union with Rome. Then, Constantinople fell.
The chronology was almost irresistible. The ancient Christian capital had accepted an agreement with the Latin Church. A few years later, it was conquered. Later Russian religious interpretations could therefore portray the fall as divine judgment for theological compromise. That interpretation served Moscow extremely well. It suggested that while Constantinople had weakened, Moscow had remained faithful. This was theology, but it was also politics. And the two were becoming increasingly difficult to separate. At the same time, Moscow's rulers were becoming politically more powerful. The old relationship with the Horde was weakening. Internal divisions within the steppe world created opportunities. Muscovite princes expanded their territories. Rival principalities were absorbed or defeated. And under Ivan III, who became Grand Prince of Moscow in 1462, this process accelerated dramatically. Ivan would eventually bring Novgorod under Moscow's control. He would strengthen authority over other Russian lands. He would confront the remaining structures of Horde supremacy, and he would transform the symbolism of Muscovite rulership. Then, in 1472, he married a woman whose name connected Moscow directly to the fallen world of Byzantium. Sophia Paleologina. She was a niece of Constantine XI's brother and belonged to the last Byzantine imperial dynasty. The marriage did not legally transfer the Byzantine Empire to Moscow. There was no simple imperial succession. No document proclaimed Ivan the new Byzantine emperor. But symbols rarely require legal precision to become powerful. Sophia's presence at the Muscovite court gave Ivan's dynasty a prestigious connection to the Palaiologan house.
Byzantine ceremonial influences could now be interpreted through Moscow's growing ambitions. The court became more elaborate. Moscow's rulers increasingly projected sovereignty in grander terms. And eventually, the double-headed eagle, long associated with imperial symbolism in the Byzantine and broader late medieval world, became part of Muscovite state imagery. Moscow was learning to speak an imperial language. Architecture helped make that language visible.
Ivan III transformed the Kremlin. Italian architects were invited to Moscow. Old structures were rebuilt. New cathedrals rose. The Dormition Cathedral became one of the great ceremonial churches of Muscovite Orthodoxy. The Kremlin increasingly resembled not simply the fortress of a regional prince, but the center of a state claiming a larger destiny. This was an extraordinary fusion. Orthodox religious tradition, Rus political inheritance, Byzantine symbolism, Italian Renaissance engineering and architecture, steppe political experience, all converged in Moscow. The city was not reproducing Constantinople, it was creating something new. Meanwhile, one final political relationship had to be transformed: the relationship with the Horde. In 1480, Ivan III confronted Khan Akhmat of the Great Horde along the Ugra River. The armies faced one another. There was no enormous decisive battle comparable to Kulikovo.
Instead, after weeks of tension and maneuvering, the Horde withdrew. Later, Russian tradition remembered the Great Stand on the Ugra River as the end of the so-called Mongol-Tatar yoke. Historical reality was more gradual. The political world of the Horde had already fragmented. Moscow's independence had been developing over time. Steppe powers remained important after 1480. Crimean Tatars would continue to raid Muscovite territory.
Moscow would continue dealing with Tatar states through war, diplomacy, tribute-like payments, alliances, and negotiation. But symbolically, 1480 mattered. Moscow no longer accepted the old political supremacy of the Horde. A principality that had once risen by navigating Mongol rule now stood increasingly on its own. And this happened only a generation after Constantinople had fallen. The timing gave Moscow's emergence enormous symbolic potential. Think of what had changed. In 1240, Kiev had been devastated by the Mongols. In 1326, Metropolitan Peter was buried in Moscow. In 1380, Dmitri's forces defeated Mamai at Kulikovo. In 1448, Moscow's bishops selected their own metropolitan. In 1453, Constantinople fell. In 1472, Ivan III married Sophia Palaiologina. In 1480, Moscow rejected the old supremacy of the Horde. These events were separated by generations. They were not stages of a predetermined plan, but looking backward, they formed a powerful pattern. The old centers had weakened. Kiev had lost its political dominance. Constantinople had lost its empire. The Horde had fragmented, and Moscow had grown. The question was no longer whether Moscow was important. It clearly was. The question was what Moscow believed its importance meant. During the following decades, an idea began to emerge that answered that question in extraordinary terms. It was not simply Moscow is powerful, nor Moscow is orthodox. The claim was much larger.
History itself had moved. The Roman Empire had once been the Great Christian Empire. Then Constantinople had become New Rome. Now Constantinople had fallen. Could Moscow stand in the same sacred historical succession? The idea developed gradually and should not be projected backward onto every Muscovite ruler. but by the early 16th century, it found its most famous formulation in the writings associated with the monk Philophe of Pskov.
His words would echo through later Russian history. Two Romes had fallen. The third stood, and there would be no fourth. The significance of this idea is easy to exaggerate. Philophe was not issuing a universally accepted constitutional doctrine for the entire Orthodox world. The ecumenical patriarchate in Constantinople did not surrender its ancient primacy to Moscow. Greek Orthodox Christians did not suddenly begin regarding the Muscovite ruler as their emperor. The ancient patriarchates continued. Orthodoxy remained decentralized. The phrase Third Rome did not instantly become the official ideology governing every decision of the Russian state, but the idea mattered because it captured a transformation already underway. Orthodoxy. Their state could become more than a regional power. It could acquire sacred historical purpose. And once political authority claims sacred purpose, a dangerous question follows. If the ruler protects the true faith, how much authority should that ruler possess? Over the state? Over society? Over the church itself? Byzantium had struggled with that question for 1,000 years. Moscow was about to inherit it. In 1453, Constantinople had fallen. But perhaps the deepest consequence was not that one Christian empire disappeared. It was that orthodoxy entered a new political age. In the Ottoman world, the ecumenical patriarchate learned to survive without a Christian emperor. In the Balkans, Orthodox communities preserved their traditions beneath Muslim rule. On Mount Athos, monasteries continued their ancient rhythm of prayer. And in Moscow, rulers who had once been tributary princes began surrounding themselves with the language of sacred monarchy. The Orthodox world now contained two very different realities. An ancient patriarch living beneath the authority of an Ottoman sultan, and an increasingly powerful Orthodox ruler in the north. Neither simply replaced the other. Both would shape the future. But Moscow possessed something Constantinople no longer did: a Christian sovereign, an expanding state, an army, territory, ambition, and a growing conviction that its political rise might have religious meaning. The Byzantine Empire was dead. Its inheritance was not. And in the forests of the north, a new Orthodox empire was beginning to imagine itself. By the beginning of the 16th century, Moscow had changed almost beyond recognition. It was no longer a small principality at the edge of the old Rus world. It had absorbed rivals, broken the political supremacy of the Horde, brought powerful cities under its control, established itself as the principal seat of the metropolitan, and surrounded its rulers with the symbols of sacred monarchy. Its Kremlin had been rebuilt. Its cathedral stood at the center of political ceremony. Its princes increasingly ruled as sovereigns rather than as first among competing dynasts. And behind this political transformation stood a larger question. What was Moscow becoming? A powerful state? A gathering place for the lands of the Rus? A defender of orthodoxy? Or something even greater? After the fall of Constantinople, these possibilities began to converge. And from that convergence emerged one of the most powerful ideas in Russian religious history: Moscow as the Third Rome. The idea did not appear fully formed in 1453. No Orthodox council met to proclaim it. No patriarch transferred Constantinople's spiritual authority to Moscow. No document declared that the Byzantine Empire had legally passed to the Muscovite princes. History was more complicated. But ideas do not always begin as formal doctrines. Sometimes they begin as interpretations, ways of explaining events.
ways of giving political change a sacred meaning.
And in Moscow, the fall of Constantinople could be interpreted as more than a military catastrophe. To many Muscovites, the Byzantine acceptance of the Union of Florence had already appeared suspicious. The agreement with Rome had promised reunion between Eastern and Western Christianity, but much of the Orthodox world rejected it. Then, Constantinople fell. From Moscow, the sequence could look almost providential. The old Christian empire had compromised. The city had been conquered.
Moscow, by contrast, had rejected the Union. Moscow remained Orthodox. Moscow remained ruled by a Christian sovereign, and Moscow was growing stronger. The political facts were real. The theological interpretation was much more ambitious. One of the people most closely associated with that interpretation was the monk Philophae of Pskov. In letters written during the early 16th century, Philophae addressed the ruler of Moscow in language that later generations would remember. 2 Romes had fallen, the third stood, and there would be no fourth. The first Rome, in this interpretation, had departed from true Christianity. The second Rome, Constantinople, had fallen. Moscow now remained as the final great center of Orthodox Christian rulership. This was not a simple geographical statement, it was a theology of history. Rome, Constantinople, Moscow, 3 cities placed within a sacred sequence. The meaning was enormous.
Moscow's ruler could now be imagined not merely as a local prince, but as a guardian of the true faith at the end of history. The state acquired a religious mission, and political loyalty could increasingly be connected to religious fidelity. But we should be careful. The phrase became far more famous in later centuries than it necessarily was in Philophae's own time. Muscovite government did not reorganize every institution around a single official doctrine called the Third Rome. The idea competed with other ways of understanding rulership, and the wider Orthodox world did not universally accept Moscow as the successor to Constantinople. Still, the phrase survived because it expressed something genuine. Moscow's self-understanding was changing. Its rulers increasingly adopted symbols of sovereignty that reinforced this change. Ivan III had already transformed the political culture of Moscow.
His marriage to Sophia Paleologina gave the dynasty a prestigious connection to the last Byzantine imperial house. His court became more elaborate. The Kremlin became more monumental. The ruler increasingly appeared distant, elevated, and sacred. His successor, Vasily III, continued consolidating the state. Pskov was absorbed. Ryaz eventually followed. Political pluralism among the old Rus principalities diminished. One center became dominant: Moscow. The language used to describe that ruler also became more significant. The word Tsar derived ultimately from Caesar. It had long been used in Slavic contexts for emperors and powerful foreign rulers. Muscovite rulers occasionally used it before the 16th century, but the title carried implications greater than those of an ordinary prince. A czar stood within an imperial tradition, and eventually Moscow would formalize that claim. In 1547, Ivan IV was crowned Tsar of all Rus.
He is known to history as Ivan the Terrible. The coronation mattered enormously. Ivan was only 16, yet the ceremony proclaimed a political idea centuries in the making. He was not merely Grand Prince of Moscow, he was Tsar. The coronation drew heavily upon sacred ritual. The metropolitan presided. The ruler entered the cathedral. Prayers were offered. Insignia were placed upon him. He was anointed. The ceremony presented monarchy as something more than political dominance.
The ruler's authority possessed a religious dimension. His duty was to defend justice, protect orthodoxy, guard the realm, rule as a Christian sovereign. The Byzantine inheritance had been reworked within a Muscovite setting. There was no emperor in Constantinople, but there was now a crowned Orthodox Tsar in Moscow. The city itself increasingly reflected this sacred monarchy. The Kremlin was not merely a fortress. It became a stage upon which political and religious authority confronted one another. Within its walls stood cathedrals associated with coronation, burial, worship, and dynastic memory. The Dormition Cathedral served as one of the central churches of Muscovite state ceremony. The Archangel Cathedral became a burial place for rulers. The Annunciation Cathedral served the royal household. Each building carried memory. Each ritual linked the living ruler to predecessors.
Each icon and procession reinforced the idea that Moscow's political order existed within a sacred historical framework. The ruler governed from within a landscape filled with Christianity. But the same landscape also contained a potential problem. If the Tsar was God's chosen ruler, what happened when the Tsar behaved unjustly? Could bishops condemn him? Could monks resist him? Was obedience to the ruler a religious duty? Or did the ruler remain subject to a spiritual authority higher than himself? Byzantium had struggled with these questions. Now Moscow would too. One of the most important figures in Ivan IV's early reign was Metropolitan Macarius. Macarius was more than a church administrator. He helped shape Muscovite religious culture at a moment when the state was becoming increasingly centralized. Under his influence, church councils canonized a number of Russian saints. Hagiographies were collected. Liturgical traditions were standardized. The sacred history of the Rus was organized and elevated. This mattered because Moscow needed more than territory to claim leadership. It needed a sacred past. Saints from Kiev, Novgorod, Rostov, Vladimir, Moscow, monasteries and princely courts, all could be woven into a larger story. The political gathering of lands was accompanied by a gathering of memory. The state said, "These lands belong together." The church increasingly said, "These saints belong to one sacred history." Political unity and religious memory reinforced one another. This process reached an important moment in 1551 with the council known as the Stoglov, or Council of the 100 Chapters. Church leaders and representatives of the state met to address religious practice, clerical discipline, education, ritual uniformity, church property, and relations between ecclesiastical and secular authority. The council sought order, standardization, correct practice. It attempted to regulate the religious life of a rapidly centralizing state. This reveals something important about Muscovite orthodoxy. Tradition did not mean the absence of regulation. Quite the opposite. A society that believed it possessed sacred traditions could become intensely concerned with preserving them correctly. How should icons be painted? How should priests behave? How should rituals be performed? Which local practices were legitimate? What customs represented authentic orthodoxy? These questions would return with explosive force a century later. For now, however, the state and church largely worked together to define the religious order. The ideal resembled the old Byzantine dream of harmony between sacred and political authority. But harmony depended heavily upon the character of the ruler. and Ivan IV would soon reveal how fragile it could be. The early years of Ivan's reign contained genuine reform. Advisors around the young Tsar attempted to improve administration. Military organization changed. Law codes were revised. Church councils sought discipline. The state expanded. In 1552, Ivan conquered the Khanate of Kazan. 4 years later, Astrakhan followed. These victories transformed Moscow's position along the Volga. Territory once ruled by successor states of the Golden Horde now came under the authority of an Orthodox Tsar. The religious symbolism could be powerful. Christian Moscow had conquered Muslim Khanates. Churches were built. Missionary activity followed. But the reality was more complex than a simple holy war. The conquered territories contained Muslims, Christians, animist peoples, Tatars, Chuvash, Mari, and others. Muscovy was becoming a multi-religious empire. The Orthodox ruler now governed millions who did not share his faith. This raised another old imperial question. Was the Tsar ruler only of an Orthodox people, or ruler of an empire containing many peoples and religions? Moscow was becoming imperial not merely in symbolism, but in population and geography. The conquest of Kazan inspired one of Moscow's most recognizable monuments. The cathedral, commonly known as St. Basil's Cathedral, rose beside the Kremlin. Its colorful later appearance can distract from its original political and religious meaning.
The church commemorated military victory. Sacred architecture transformed conquest into memory. The skyline itself told a story. The Tsar had triumphed. Orthodoxy had advanced. Moscow's power had expanded. But once again, sacred language could conceal difficult realities. Conquest meant displaced rulers, destroyed political orders, tribute, military occupation, religious encounters that could involve persuasion, privilege, pressure, and coercion.
The relationship between empire and evangelization was never simple. The ruler who called himself protector of orthodoxy was also becoming master of subjects whose identities extended far beyond orthodoxy. Then Ivan's reign darkened. Personal tragedy, political suspicion, war, fear of betrayal, conflict with elites, all contributed to a dramatic transformation in his rule. In 1565, Ivan established the Oprichnina. A portion of the realm came under his direct control. A special corps of oprichniki enforced his authority. Properties were confiscated. Noble families suffered. Executions occurred. Terror became a tool of government. The Tsar, who had been crowned as a sacred Christian ruler, increasingly ruled through fear. And now the relationship between church and state faced its greatest test. Could the church remain silent? One man refused: Metropolitan Philip. Philip had once been associated with the Solovetsky Monastery in Russia's far north. He became Metropolitan of Moscow in 1566. Ivan expected cooperation. Instead, Philip became increasingly disturbed by the violence of the Oprichnina. The confrontation between them became one of the great moral dramas of Russian Orthodox history. A Tsar stood at the height of political power. A metropolitan stood before him with no army, no police, no treasury comparable to the rulers, only spiritual authority. According to later accounts, Philip publicly condemned Ivan's actions. He refused to bless the Tsar while violence continued. The message was unmistakable. Sacred monarchy did not mean that everything the ruler did was sacred. A Christian ruler remained morally accountable. The Tsar might possess enormous power,
but he could not transform injustice into righteousness merely by commanding it. Ivan responded. Philip was removed from office. He was imprisoned. Later, he died in captivity, traditionally said to have been killed by one of Ivan's agents.
The details of his final death come through sources shaped by later memory, but the basic conflict is clear. The Metropolitan had challenged the Tsar, and the Tsar had destroyed him politically. It was a warning. The ideology of sacred rulership contained a contradiction. The Church helped make monarchy sacred. But if it made monarchy sacred, it also provided a standard by which monarchy could be judged. The ruler could claim to protect orthodoxy, but orthodoxy could answer, then act like a Christian ruler. Ivan IV wanted spiritual legitimacy. He did not always accept spiritual restraint. The tension would never disappear. Ivan's reign also exposed another feature of Muscovite religious culture: fear that the kingdom stood within a cosmic struggle. Moscow's political rise could be interpreted providentially. Its victories could be interpreted as signs of divine favor. Its enemies could be described in religious terms.
But catastrophe could be interpreted just as powerfully. War went badly. Famine struck. Political instability grew. The Livonian War exhausted the state. Crimean Tatar forces raided deep into Muscovite territory. In 1571, Moscow itself was burned by the forces of Devlet-i-Girai, Khan of Crimea. Imagine the symbolic shock. Moscow had been described as a sacred center, a third Rome, a Christian capital protected by a divinely appointed Tsar. And now fire consumed much of the city.
Sacred history did not guarantee political security. The ideology could inspire confidence. It could not repeal history. This distinction matters when we think about the Third Rome. It is tempting to imagine that once the phrase appeared, Moscow suddenly believed itself invincible. But Christian imperial ideology rarely worked so simply. Sacred status could make disasters more troubling, not less. If Moscow possessed a special role in God's plan, why did God allow it to suffer?
If the ruler was God's chosen czar, why did his policies bring catastrophe? Religious interpretations could legitimize authority. They could also intensify moral criticism. The closer politics moved toward theology, the more political failure could become a spiritual problem. At the same time, orthodoxy continued to flourish far beyond the Kremlin. Monasteries expanded, icon painting developed, pilgrimage remained central, the cults of saints grew.
Churches were constructed in towns and villages. Families preserved domestic icons. Priests baptized, married, buried, and served communities across enormous distances. The great political ideology of Moscow as a sacred state was real. But most Orthodox Christians did not experience their faith primarily through political theory. They experienced it through ordinary religious life. A candle before an icon, a fast before Easter, a child carried to baptism, a funeral procession,
A pilgrimage to a monastery, a priest blessing a home, the liturgy on Sunday, the cycle of Christmas, Lent, Pascha, Pentecost, Saints' Days, harvests, births, deaths. For ordinary believers, the Third Rome was less important than the local church. This distinction is essential. Religious civilizations are not made only by rulers and theologians. They are made by repetition. And at the center of this devotional world stood the icon.
Russian iconography had inherited Byzantine forms, but developed powerful traditions of its own.
One of the greatest names was Andrei Rublev, who lived before Ivan IV, but whose influence continued. His famous icon of the Trinity became one of the masterpieces of Orthodox art. 3 angelic figures sit around a table in profound stillness. The composition contains almost no political power. No emperor, no army, no conquest. Instead, it presents harmony, communion, hospitality, mystery.
It is a useful reminder that the deepest Orthodox ideals were not identical with the ambitions of the Muscovite state. While rulers built empires, monks contemplated divine love. While armies conquered, icon painters sought stillness. While princes accumulated territory, the Church continued teaching that the ultimate purpose of human life was communion with God. Orthodoxy gave Moscow political language, but Orthodoxy could also challenge the values of politics itself. Monasticism therefore remained indispensable. Some monasteries became enormous landowners. They controlled villages, forests, fisheries, agricultural estates. Their wealth became controversial. Was monasticism supposed to withdraw from the world or manage vast economic resources? This question produced important debates within Russian religious life. One side became associated with Joseph of Volokolamsk. Joseph defended strong, wealthy monasteries capable of supporting worship, charity, learning, and the institutional church. He also favored close cooperation between church and state and took a hard line against perceived heresy. Another current became associated with Nil Sorsky. Nil emphasized inner spiritual life, simplicity, and monastic poverty. His ideal drew heavily on hesychast traditions. Monks should possess little. They should cultivate prayer. They should avoid becoming entangled in wealth and political power. Later historians often described these groups as the possessors and non-possessors. The labels can oversimplify complicated positions, but the debate exposed a profound question. What kind of church should Moscow's Orthodox civilization create? A wealthy institution working closely with the state? Or a spiritually independent community suspicious of worldly power? The issue was never fully resolved. The state generally found the institutional model easier to work with. A centralized monarchy preferred an organized church. Bishops, councils, monasteries, land, administrative structures, clear doctrines, political loyalty. The Muscovite state and church therefore often reinforced each other's authority. But spiritual movements continued to emerge from spaces that could not be entirely controlled. Hermitages, remote monasteries, pilgrimage centers, holy fools. The Russian Orthodox tradition gave extraordinary prestige to figures who rejected ordinary social logic. The Eurodivi, or holy fool, could behave in shocking ways. Wear rags, reject property, speak uncomfortable truths, mock powerful people, appear insane, yet be regarded as spiritually perceptive. This was another paradox. A society that developed increasingly autocratic monarchy also revered saints who could confront rulers without fear. One of the most famous was Basil the Blessed. Later tradition connected him with Ivan IV and remembered him as a man willing to rebuke the Tsar. Whether every story is historically precise matters less than the ideal those stories preserve. Even the most powerful ruler could be judged by someone who possessed nothing. By the end of Ivan IV's reign, Moscow had become something previous generations could scarcely have imagined: an imperial capital, the center of an enormous, expanding state, the principal political power of the Orthodox East outside Ottoman rule.
Its ruler was crowned Tsar. Its church operated independently of Constantinople in practice. Its monasteries stretched across vast territories. Its religious culture possessed saints, icons, chronicles, councils, and traditions increasingly understood as a coherent Russian Orthodox inheritance. And yet, one thing remained unresolved. Moscow had a Tsar, but it did not have a patriarch. Its chief hierarch was still a metropolitan. Constantinople had a patriarch. Alexandria had a patriarch. Antioch had a patriarch. Jerusalem had a patriarch. If Moscow truly possessed an imperial Orthodox state, should its church not possess equivalent dignity? The question became increasingly difficult to ignore. Then even the fourth died in 1584. His son Fyodor I became Tsar. Fyodor was deeply religious but less politically forceful than his father. Much practical power came to be exercised by Boris Godunov. Under this government, Moscow pursued an enormous ecclesiastical goal, a patriarchate of its own. The political symbolism was unmistakable.
Moscow no longer wished to appear merely as a distant metropolitan church that had happened to become self-governing. It wanted recognition within the hierarchy of the Orthodox world. Negotiations followed. The ecumenical patriarchate faced serious financial and political pressures under Ottoman rule. Relations between Moscow and the Eastern patriarchates involved gifts, diplomacy, negotiation, and genuine ecclesiastical questions.
Finally, in 1589, Patriarch Jeremias II of Constantinople recognized Job of Moscow as patriarch. The Patriarchate of Moscow had been created. This was a milestone. Moscow had not replaced Constantinople. That distinction remained essential. The ecumenical patriarch retained his ancient place of honor within Eastern Orthodoxy. The old patriarchates remained, but Moscow now possessed a patriarch of its own. An Orthodox Tsar and Orthodox patriarch stood within the same capital. The transformation that had begun centuries earlier had reached institutional maturity. A small principality devastated by the Mongols had become one of the great powers of the Orthodox world. Its church was no longer simply the northern extension of Byzantine Christianity. Russian Orthodoxy had become a major ecclesiastical civilization in its own right. And yet, the very success of that civilization created a new problem. It believed deeply in tradition. Its worship had developed distinct Russian customs. Its service books had been copied for generations. Its gestures possessed sacred meaning. Its believers often assumed that the forms they had inherited represented Orthodoxy exactly as it should be. But the Russian Church had not developed in perfect isolation. Greek practices had continued changing. Texts differed. Ritual customs differed. Manuscript copying had introduced variations. Questions were beginning to emerge. Were Russian practices always identical to those of the wider Orthodox world? If not, which practices were correct, and who possessed the authority to change them? For centuries, Moscow had claimed legitimacy by insisting that it had preserved Orthodoxy faithfully. Soon, one patriarch would attempt to reform Russian worship precisely in the name of restoring that fidelity. His name was Nikon, and his reforms would produce one of the deepest wounds Russian Orthodoxy had ever experienced. The state that called itself the Third Rome was about to suffer a schism of its own. By the beginning of the 17th century, Moscow possessed almost everything its rulers had once lacked: a czar, a patriarch, a sacred capital, a growing empire, a religious tradition increasingly confident in its own identity. The transformation was remarkable. Centuries earlier, the princes of the Rus had received Christianity from Constantinople. Then Kiev had fallen.
Mongol armies had shattered the political order. Moscow had risen from obscurity.
Its rulers had gathered territories. Its bishops had become increasingly independent, and its czars had adopted imperial language. And in 1589, its church had received a patriarchate of its own. The dream of an Orthodox state centered upon Moscow seemed complete. But institutions often reveal their deepest weaknesses only after they become powerful. The new Patriarchate of Moscow immediately faced a difficult question. How should spiritual authority relate to political authority?
Was the Patriarch the Tsar's religious partner, his advisor, his conscience, his servant? Could he oppose the ruler? Could he shape policy? Could he claim authority independent of the state? Byzantium had wrestled with these questions for centuries. Now Moscow would discover that inheriting an old problem did not mean inheriting its solution. The first Patriarch of Moscow was Job. His elevation represented an enormous moment of prestige. For the first time, the Russian Church possessed a hierarch bearing the same title as the ancient patriarchs of Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. But Job's patriarchate coincided with political instability. Tsar Fyodor I died in 1598. He left no surviving son. With his death, the direct line of the old Rurikid dynasty that had ruled much of the Rus world for centuries effectively came to an end. The consequences were profound. Russian monarchy had been deeply connected to sacred legitimacy. The Tsar was not merely an administrator. His dynasty carried memory, continuity, ancestry, religious symbolism. Now that continuity broke. The state entered what later generations would remember as the time of troubles. And suddenly, the Patriarchate had to prove whether it could provide stability when monarchy itself became uncertain. Boris Godunov became Tsar. His rise was legal enough to receive formal recognition, but questions about legitimacy never disappeared. Famine devastated the country. Rumors spread. Political opposition grew. Then appeared a man claiming to be Dmitri, the supposedly surviving son of Ivan IV. He became known to history as the false Dmitri. His claim gained support among some Russian elites and among powers in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
After Boris Godunov's death in 1605, Dmitri entered Moscow and became Tsar. Patriarch Job refused to recognize him. For this, Job was removed. The crisis demonstrated something important. The Patriarch was not necessarily prepared to accept whoever occupied the throne. Spiritual authority could become a participant in political legitimacy. But this also meant the church could be pulled directly into dynastic conflict. The false Dmitri's reign was brief. He was killed in 1606. Another ruler took the throne. Then another pretender emerged. Armies moved. Factions competed. Foreign intervention deepened. Polish-Lithuanian forces entered Russian territory. Swedish forces became involved. Cities changed hands. The state seemed close to collapse. And because the conflict occurred in a world divided by confession, political struggle could easily acquire a religious dimension. Many Russians feared not merely foreign occupation, but Catholic influence. The memories of the Great Schism, the Union of Florence, the Polish-Lithuanian political world, and the religious differences between Orthodoxy and Catholicism all shaped how foreign intervention could be perceived. Once again, Orthodoxy became intertwined with political survival. In 1610, Polish forces entered Moscow. The Kremlin came under foreign control. The
The Russian state had reached one of its lowest moments, and at the center of the resistance stood another patriarch, Hermogenes. Patriarch Hermogenes refused to accept arrangements that, in his view, threatened Orthodox identity and political independence. He sent letters encouraging resistance. He called upon towns and communities to defend the country. His authority was spiritual, but its political consequences were enormous. He was imprisoned. He died in captivity in 1612. Later, Russian memory transformed him into a martyr and defender of the nation. The pattern was becoming familiar. A patriarch could become more than a church administrator. He could become the moral voice of the state, especially when the state itself had failed. Resistance eventually succeeded. A volunteer army associated especially with Kuzma Minin and Prince Dmitry Pozharsky helped drive Polish forces from Moscow in 1612. The following year, a new czar was selected, Mikhail Romanov. The Romanov dynasty had begun. For a country exhausted by famine, invasion, civil conflict, dynastic uncertainty, and social collapse, the election of a new ruler represented more than a political settlement. It represented restoration. Order had returned. The throne was occupied. The church remained. The country had survived. But the new dynasty needed legitimacy. And here, once again, the relationship between monarchy and orthodoxy became crucial. Mikhail's father was a churchman. His name was Filaret. And when Filaret returned to Russia and became patriarch in 1619, something extraordinary happened. For years, Russia was effectively governed by a father and son. The son was Tsar. The father was patriarch. Patriarch Filaret was not a quiet ceremonial figure. He exercised enormous influence. Official documents could present the Tsar and patriarch together. Filaret participated in state affairs, diplomacy, administration, taxation, appointments, foreign policy.
The relationship resembled, in some ways, an intensified version of the old ideal of symphonia. Church and state working together, spiritual and temporal authority standing side by side. But there was an unusual reason it worked. The patriarch was the Tsar's father. Their personal relationship reduced tensions that might otherwise have become serious. Filaret possessed political experience. Mikhail's throne was still young. The patriarch's prestige strengthened the dynasty.
The dynasty strengthened the church. For a time, the arrangement could appear harmonious. But it also created a precedent. If a patriarch could exercise enormous political influence, how far could patriarchal authority extend? Could a future patriarch claim comparable power even without being the Tsar's father? That question would eventually become explosive. Russian Orthodoxy in the 17th century was also changing internally. The country was becoming more connected to other Orthodox lands. Books traveled, clergy traveled, Greek scholars visited. Ukrainian and Belarusian Orthodox intellectual traditions, shaped by life within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, increasingly influenced Muscovite religious culture. These regions had experienced pressures very different from those of Moscow. Orthodox Christians there lived in close proximity to Catholics, Protestants, Jews, and other communities. Schools developed. Printing expanded. Theological debate became increasingly sophisticated. Latin educational methods influenced some Orthodox institutions. The Orthodox world was not culturally uniform. And as contact increased, Russians began encountering a difficult fact. Their religious practices did not always match those found elsewhere in Orthodoxy. Service books differed. Ritual details differed.
Spelling differed. Gestures differed. Even the way certain prayers were performed could vary. Why? Were the Greeks wrong? Were the Russians wrong? Had scribes introduced mistakes over centuries? Had traditions legitimately developed in different ways? Or had someone corrupted the ancient faith? These questions might sound technical. In 17th century Russia, they could become existential. The Russian Church possessed a particularly strong sense that it had preserved ancient orthodoxy faithfully.
That confidence had historical roots. Moscow had rejected the Union of Florence. Constantinople had fallen soon afterward. Russian religious memory could interpret those events as evidence that Moscow had remained faithful while others compromised. The Third Rome idea reinforced this confidence. If Moscow had become a final guardian of orthodoxy, then Russian tradition was not simply local custom. It could appear providential, sacred, protected by history itself. That made correction difficult. A ritual practice repeated for generations did not feel arbitrary. It felt inherited from the fathers. To alter it might seem to accuse one's ancestors of error. And if Moscow truly preserved orthodoxy, why should it imitate Greeks living beneath Ottoman rule? The question contained pride, but also genuine religious anxiety. At the same time, some Russian church leaders believed reform was urgently necessary. Clerical education varied greatly. Service books copied by hand over generations contained inconsistencies. Different regions followed different practices. Some priests lacked training. Moral and disciplinary problems existed. Religious reformers wanted greater uniformity, better preaching, more disciplined clergy, more accurate books, more careful worship. In this sense, 17th century Russian Orthodoxy was facing a problem familiar across Christian history.
How do you reform a tradition without appearing to betray it? The Catholic Church had confronted this during the Council of Trent.
Protestants had confronted it by appealing to Scripture against inherited practice. Byzantine Christians had confronted it during iconoclasm. Now Moscow faced its own version. The answer would depend heavily on one man. Before him, however, another czar had to reshape the political landscape: Alexei Mikhailovich. Tsar Alexei became ruler in 1645. He was deeply religious. His court took Orthodox devotion seriously. He attended long services, observed fasting, supported ecclesiastical reform. He also ruled a state that was becoming increasingly powerful and centralized. The Russian state expanded. Administrative structures grew. Military reform continued. Territorial ambitions increased. The Tsar's authority became more elaborate. The idea of Moscow as an Orthodox monarchy remained deeply embedded in political culture. Alexei, therefore, wanted a strong church. But he also expected the church to strengthen the moral order of the state. For a time, one patriarch seemed perfectly suited to this vision: Nikon. Nikon rose from relatively humble origins. Born Nikita Minin, he entered religious life after a complicated personal journey that included marriage, family tragedy, and monastic commitment. He possessed a forceful personality, intelligence, confidence, physical presence, and an extraordinary sense of the dignity of the patriarchal office. He became associated with a group of religious reformers concerned with improving Russian spiritual life. They wanted better preaching, more disciplined worship, moral renewal, the correction of church books, closer adherence to what they believed were proper Orthodox standards. Alexei admired Nikon. The two became close. In 1652, Nikon became Patriarch of Moscow. At first, the partnership appeared extraordinarily strong. The Tsar possessed political power. The Patriarch possessed spiritual authority. Together, they would reform Orthodox Russia. But beneath their friendship stood two very different understandings of authority, and those differences would eventually destroy their alliance. Nikon believed the Church possessed an authority that could not simply be subordinated to the state. He admired the dignity of the patriarchal office. He sometimes employed language suggesting that spiritual authority stood above temporal authority in matters of religion. The sun and moon became a useful metaphor. One light greater, one lesser. Church and state both ordained within God's order, but not identical. For Nikon, the Tsar could not simply command the Church as though it were another department of government. The Patriarch was not a court official. He was guardian of the faith. This was a powerful claim. And in a state moving towards stronger autocracy, it carried obvious danger. At first, Alexei tolerated Nikon's confidence. He trusted him. When the Tsar left Moscow on military campaigns, Nikon could exercise significant influence. The Patriarch's title and ceremonial position became increasingly grand. Nikon referred to himself using the ancient ecclesiastical title Great Sovereign, a designation that had also been used for Patriarch Filaret, but Filaret had been the Tsar's father. Nikon was not. The symbolism changed. Some elites resented him. Boyars complained. Church officials feared his temperament. The Patriarch sometimes appeared to behave not as the Tsar's spiritual partner, but as another sovereign. The old Byzantine question had returned. If Emperor and Patriarch both possess God-given authority, what happens when they disagree about who stands higher? Nikon's greatest project, however, was not political. It was liturgical. He became convinced that Russian service books and practices contained errors that had accumulated through centuries of copying and local development. To restore correct orthodoxy, Russian practice should be brought into closer alignment with contemporary Greek usage. On one level, the proposed changes seemed small. The spelling of Jesus' name in liturgical texts, the number of times certain words were repeated, the direction of processions, the number of loaves used in particular rites. And most famously, the way believers made the sign of the cross. Many Russians traditionally used 2 fingers. Nikon's reforms required 3. To modern observers, this can appear almost impossibly trivial. 2 fingers, 3 fingers. How could this divide a civilization? But the question was not really about fingers. It was about authority. Imagine performing the same sacred gesture every day of your life. Your parents taught it to you. Their parents taught it to them. Priests blessed you using it. Saints had been painted using it. You had crossed yourself this way before icons, at baptisms, at funerals, during famine, during war, at the graves of your ancestors. Then an authority declares, you have been doing it incorrectly. Not merely differently, incorrectly. What would that imply? Were your parents wrong? Were your saints wrong? Was the Russian Church wrong? Had Moscow preserved orthodoxy or corrupted it? And if the Russian Church had been wrong for centuries, why should anyone believe the same authorities now claiming to correct it? This was the deeper crisis. Ritual became the visible surface of a struggle over historical memory. The reforms also contained an irony. Nikon presented them as a restoration of ancient orthodoxy, but the Greek practices being used as standards had themselves developed historically.
The Orthodox world had never possessed perfect ritual uniformity across every region and century. Russian customs were not simply the result of ignorance. Some reflected older Byzantine or Slavic traditions. Others had evolved locally. The question of what counted as original practice was therefore more complicated than either side often admitted. But reform movements rarely thrive on ambiguity. Nikon wanted uniformity. His opponents wanted preservation.
Each side believed fidelity was at stake. Resistance began. Some clergy objected. Some monks objected. Ordinary believers objected. Among the most famous opponents was the archpriest Avakum. Avakum was fiery, brilliant, uncompromising. His writings would become among the most extraordinary works of 17th century Russian literature. He believed the old Russian rites were true orthodoxy. To abandon them was betrayal. He did not see himself as creating a new church.
He believed Nikon was innovating. This distinction is essential. The people later called Old Believers did not initially think of themselves as schismatics. They believed they were preserving the faith. From their perspective, it was the hierarchy that had changed. The conflict became increasingly bitter. Avakum was exiled. Others were punished. Communities resisted. Some refused the new books. Some continued crossing themselves with two fingers.
Some rejected priests who adopted the reforms. What had begun as correction of ritual practice was creating separate religious identities. And because church and state were so closely connected, disagreement with church reform could quickly become disagreement with political authority. The Tsar supported the reforms. Councils enforced them. The state could punish those who resisted. Religious conformity became entangled with obedience. Once again, the close alliance between church and monarchy showed its danger. When spiritual and political authority act together, where can dissent go? Meanwhile, Nikon's relationship with Alexei deteriorated. The Patriarch expected respect for ecclesiastical independence. The Tsar increasingly resented Nikon's claims. Court politics intensified the conflict. In 1658, Nikon dramatically withdrew from Moscow. He did not formally resign immediately.
Instead, he left the patriarchal seat and retired to the New Jerusalem monastery. The monastery itself symbolized his ambitions. Nikon had attempted to recreate sacred geography near Moscow. Sites around the monastery were given names recalling Jerusalem and the Holy Land. It was an extraordinary project. Moscow's religious world was not merely imitating Byzantium. It was imagining itself within universal Christian sacred history. But Nikon's withdrawal created chaos. Was he still patriarch? Could another be appointed? Had he abandoned his office? Could the Tsar remove him? For years, the Russian Church existed in uncertainty. Eventually, a major council was summoned in Moscow in 1666 and 1667. Eastern patriarchs and senior hierarchs participated. The council judged Nikon. Its verdict was paradoxical. Nikon was condemned for his conduct and removed from the patriarchal office. But his liturgical reforms were upheld. The man fell.
The reforms survived. This was a crucial moment. It demonstrated that the Russian Church would not accept Nikon's expansive claims about patriarchal authority. The Tsar had effectively prevailed in the political struggle. Yet the hierarchy still insisted that the corrected rites were authoritative. The old practices were condemned. Those who refused them were anathematized. The schism hardened. The Raskol had begun. The word means division. Schism, a tearing apart.
And that is exactly what happened. Communities split. Families split. Monasteries split. Some priests accepted the reforms. Others rejected them. Some believers remained within parish life while privately sympathizing with the old rites. Others withdrew from the official church entirely. The old believers became a diverse movement rather than a single organization. Some retained priests. Others eventually concluded that the true priesthood had effectively disappeared.
Different groups developed different practices, but they shared a conviction: the old faith must be preserved. For them, Nikon's reforms were not minor corrections. They were signs of apostasy. Some interpreted the crisis apocalyptically. If Moscow was the Third Rome, and even Moscow had fallen into error, what remained? The religious confidence of the Third Rome could therefore turn inward and become terrifying. There would be no fourth. What if the Third itself had failed? The consequences could become extreme. Some old believers fled into forests, northern regions, the Volga, the Urals, Siberia, borderlands. Remote communities offered distance from officials. Others remained mere established towns and developed networks of trade and mutual support. Some became economically successful. Their communities often emphasized discipline, literacy, preservation of old books, and strict religious observance. But persecution followed them. The state regarded persistent resistance as both religious disobedience and political disorder. Fines, exile, imprisonment, confiscation, execution. The intensity varied across time and place, but the pressure was real. Avvakum became one of the great symbols of resistance. He endured repeated exile, imprisonment, interrogation, yet refused to surrender the old rites. His autobiography is striking because it allows us to hear a voice unlike the formal chronicles of courts and bishops. Angry, humorous, harsh, personal, certain. He described suffering without presenting himself as defeated. He believed truth mattered more than survival. In 1682, Avvakum and several companions were burned to death. To the official church and state, they were obstinate schismatics. To old believers, they were martyrs. The same event could inhabit two entirely different sacred histories. This is what schism does. It divides not only institutions, but memory. Some old believer communities went further, convinced that the world had fallen under the power of Antichrist. Certain groups embraced mass self-immolation rather than submit to the Reformed Church or state authority. Thousands may have died in such episodes over the late 17th and early 18th centuries, though precise totals are difficult to establish. These events were tragic. They should not be romanticized, but they reveal how profound the crisis had become. People were willing to die over ritual, because ritual represented something much larger. Truth, continuity, salvation, the legitimacy of the church, the meaning of Russian history. What looked from the outside like resistance to administrative reform could, from inside the movement, feel like the final defense of Christianity itself. And here, the story returns to the relationship between patriarch and Tsar. Nikon had attempted to strengthen the independence and prestige of the patriarchate. He failed. The reforms associated with him remained, but his political claims did not. the monarchy emerged stronger. The patriarch could possess enormous spiritual authority, but there were limits to how directly he could challenge the sovereign. The balance between church and state had shifted. The old ideal of symphonia remained, but increasingly the Russian state defined the terms of the harmony. This would matter enormously, because the ruler who came next would not merely want cooperation from the church. He would want transformation. By the end of the 17th century, Russia stood at another historical threshold. It was larger than ever. Its frontiers stretched across Siberia. Its society remained overwhelmingly shaped by Orthodox Christianity. Its monasteries were powerful, its patriarchate prestigious, its liturgy deeply woven into ordinary life. Its state increasingly centralized, but it was also divided. Old believer communities existed outside the official church. The memory of Nikon remained contested. The Patriarchate had discovered the limits of its independence. The Tsar had discovered that religious authority could be disciplined. And beyond Russia's western borders stood another world: Poland, Lithuania, the German states, the Dutch Republic, England, France, Sweden. A Europe transformed by printing, warfare, science, commerce, and the Reformation. Soon, a young Russian ruler would travel into that world. He would visit shipyards, factories, fortresses, workshops, courts. He would return convinced that Russia had to change. Clothing would change. The army would change. Government would change. The calendar would change. Elite culture would change. And eventually, the relationship between church and state would change more radically than it had under any Russian ruler before him. His name was Peter. Later generations would call him the Great. For centuries, Moscow's rulers had asked the Orthodox Church to sanctify the state. Peter would ask a different question. Why should the state allow the church to stand beside it at all? The age of patriarchs was approaching its end. The council had spoken. Nikon had fallen. His reforms had not. The patriarch who had helped transform Russian worship was removed from office. But the books he had corrected remained. The rituals he had promoted remained. And the old practices were condemned. For the Russian state and the official church, the question seemed increasingly settled. There was now a recognized form of worship, a recognized hierarchy, a recognized ecclesiastical order. Those who refused it were placing themselves outside that order. But religious disputes do not end simply because institutions declare them finished. Sometimes, that is when they truly begin. Because across Russia, there were believers who looked at the new service books, at the changed gestures, at the authority of bishops who demanded obedience, and reached a terrifying conclusion. The church had changed. They had not. And if that were true, then preserving the old faith might now require living outside the institutions that claimed to represent it. This was the world of the old believers. To understand their resistance, we have to resist the temptation to see ritual as merely external. For most people in 17th century Russia, religion was not something encountered primarily through theological argument. It was learned through repetition. A child watched a parent make the sign of the cross. A family prayed before icons. A priest repeated familiar words. The dead were buried according to inherited forms.
Feast days structured the year. Fasts shaped what people ate. Church bells shaped the rhythm of the day. Prayers were heard so many times that they became inseparable from memory. These practices were not experienced as arbitrary customs. They were simply the faith. And that is why reform could feel so disturbing. If your parents had crossed themselves with 2 fingers,
And their parents had done the same. And monks, priests, and saints had worshipped according to the books now being condemned. What did it mean to say those practices were wrong? Had generations of Russian Christians been mistaken? Had saints prayed incorrectly? Had the church tolerated error for centuries? Or was something else happening? Perhaps the old practices were not corrupt. Perhaps the reformers were. This was the logic that increasingly shaped Old Believer identity.
the controversy was no longer simply about Nikon. Nikon himself had been deposed. It was about memory. Who had preserved the true inheritance? The hierarchy that claimed authority to correct tradition? Or the communities that claimed authority by refusing to change it? That question could not be settled by administrative decree, because the evidence seemed to exist everywhere. In gestures, in icons, in stories, and above all, in books.
Before printing became widespread, Russian religious texts had been copied by hand for generations. Some were beautifully produced. Others were worn from constant use. Margins accumulated notes. Pages were repaired. Bindings were replaced. A single book might pass through a monastery, a parish, and several generations of readers. To Nikon's reformers, variations between such texts demonstrated precisely why correction was necessary. But to Old Believers, the same books could prove something very different. They were witnesses. Here was a psalter from before Nikon. Here was a service book copied before the Reform. Here were prayers used by ancestors who had died within the Church. The older the book, the more powerful its testimony could appear. And so preserving books became an act of preserving memory. Old Believer communities collected them, copied them, repaired them, hid them, carried them across enormous distances. The state could declare a text incorrect, but a family could still open it at night. A community could still teach from it. A traveler could still carry another copy into a distant settlement. This created an unusual religious culture. The very attempt to standardize Russian worship encouraged some of its opponents to become intensely conscious of textual tradition. Reading mattered. Copying mattered. Knowing what the old books actually said mattered. A reform intended to eliminate variation had helped create communities dedicated to preserving it. Persecution also changed the geography of Russian religion. Some Old Believers remained where they had always lived. They adapted, concealed their practices, found sympathetic clergy, or moved between official and unofficial religious worlds. Others left. They traveled north, toward the forests and river systems of the Russian north, toward the Volga, toward the Urals, eventually toward Siberia. Others moved into borderlands where the reach of central authority was weaker. The distances were enormous. But Russia itself was enormous, and that mattered. A centralized state could issue decrees from Moscow. Enforcing them everywhere was another matter. Remote settlements offered possibilities. So did forests, river routes, trading communities, monasteries, frontier regions. And Old Believer migration gradually produced networks stretching across vast territories. But we should not imagine this simply as a movement of isolated religious fugitives disappearing into wilderness.
Old Believers could be peasants, craftsmen, monks, priests, merchants, noblewomen. Entire households might preserve the old rite, and commerce could become especially important. A merchant traveled. A merchant knew people in other towns. A merchant could move money, letters, books, icons, information. Religious survival could therefore follow the same routes as trade. A service book might travel beside cloth and wax. A letter might move with commercial correspondence. A trusted household in one town could support believers hundreds of kilometers away. The Raskol had begun as a dispute over worship. It was becoming a social network. Much of this survival took place outside the institutions that normally dominate written histories. Inside households,
Women could become essential custodians of religious memory. They taught children prayers, preserved icons, remembered ritual forms, maintained fasts, protected books, supported traveling believers, and sometimes became public symbols of resistance themselves. The most famous was Feodosia Morozova. Morozova was no isolated peasant living beyond the reach of Moscow. She belonged to the highest levels of Muscovite society. She was wealthy, connected, influential, and fiercely committed to the old rite. Her status did not ultimately protect her. She was arrested. Her property was confiscated. She was imprisoned. And she died in captivity in 1675. Later, Old Believer memory transformed Morozova into one of the great symbols of resistance. That memory mattered because it undermined an easy explanation of the movement. The Old Believers were not simply ignorant villagers who did not understand reform. Resistance crossed social boundaries. Educated people resisted. Monks resisted. Clergy resisted. Merchants resisted. Members of elite society resisted. Women resisted. What united them was not social class. It was the conviction that obedience to institutional authority could become sinful when that authority departed from sacred tradition. And that conviction created another problem. If the official hierarchy could no longer be trusted, who could? A church without the church?
This was perhaps the deepest practical problem created by the Raskol. Orthodox Christianity was not designed as an individual religion. Its sacramental life depended upon priests. Priests depended upon bishops. Bishops existed within a hierarchy. But the bishops of the Russian Church had accepted the reforms. So what happened to believers who rejected the reforms but still needed priests?
At first, some Old Believer communities relied upon clergy ordained before the schism, or priests who later left the official church. From this world developed the tradition commonly called the Popovcy, the priestly Old Believers. They sought ways to preserve priesthood, sacramental worship, and ecclesiastical continuity, while rejecting the Niconian settlement. But others reached a far more radical conclusion. If the hierarchy had fallen into error, perhaps legitimate priesthood had effectively disappeared. These communities became known broadly as the Bezpopovcy, the priestless Old Believers. Without priests, religious life had to be reorganized. Lay leaders became more important. Reading became more important. Community discipline became more important. Certain sacraments could no longer function in the traditional way. Different communities developed different answers, and from these answers came further divisions. There was never simply one Old Believer church standing opposite the official Russian church. There were multiple communities, multiple traditions, multiple interpretations of what survival required. The attempt to preserve an unchanged tradition
produced new forms of religious organization. That is one of the great paradoxes of the rascal. Resistance to change created change. Nowhere was the contradiction more dramatic than at the Solovetsky Monastery. Far in the Russian north, on islands in the White Sea, Solovki was one of Russia's great monastic centers. It was ancient by the standards of Muscovite expansion, wealthy, fortified, spiritually prestigious, and its monks rejected the new service books. This was not a small household refusing a corrected prayer. It was a major Orthodox monastery refusing the reforms of the Orthodox Church, supported by an Orthodox Tsar. The confrontation escalated.
In 1668, government forces began a siege. It would last for years. Think about what this meant.
Russian soldiers were surrounding a Russian monastery. Orthodox Christians were fighting Orthodox Christians. Icons existed inside the walls. Icons existed in the government camp. The monks believed they were defending sacred tradition. The state believed it was suppressing religious and political defiance. Neither side saw itself as attacking orthodoxy. Both claimed to be defending order as they understood it. The siege finally ended in 1676. Resistance was crushed. But once again, military victory did not produce agreement. It produced memory. For old believers, Solovki became another demonstration that worldly power could turn against the true faith. For the government, it demonstrated something else. Religious dissent could become armed resistance, and that made toleration even more difficult. For some believers, the crisis became even more profound. The reforms were interpreted not merely as mistakes. They could be understood as signs of apostasy. If the true church appeared to have been corrupted, if bishops enforced false worship, if the state persecuted those who preserved the old faith, then perhaps ordinary history itself was approaching its end. Apocalyptic ideas were not unique to Russia. Christian societies had repeatedly interpreted war, plague, political collapse, and religious conflict through expectations of Antichrist and the end times. But the rascal gave those fears a particularly powerful form. Some old believer groups became convinced that the world had fallen under the power of Antichrist. In the most extreme cases, communities embraced mass self-immolation rather than submit to the Reformed Church or state authority. Thousands may have died in such episodes across the late 17th and early 18th centuries, although precise totals are difficult to establish. These events should not be romanticized. They were tragedies. But they reveal how completely the dispute had escaped the world of administrative reform. From Moscow, the issue could appear to concern corrected books, clerical discipline, and obedience. From inside an apocalyptic community, it could concern salvation itself. If the institutional church had become false, compromise might mean damnation. Once people understood the crisis in those terms, ordinary political pressure could become almost powerless. Threats could strengthen conviction.
Punishment could confirm prophecy. Persecution could become evidence that the persecuted were right, and death could become preferable to submission. This was one of the darkest consequences of the rascal. No figure embodied the old believer interpretation of the crisis more powerfully than Archpriest Avakum. By now, his struggle had lasted for decades. Exile had not silenced him. Punishment had not changed him. The deposition of Nikon had not satisfied him. Because Nikon had never been the whole problem. The reforms remained. The hierarchy defended them. The state enforced them. Avakum continued to write.
From imprisonment at Pustoszewsk in the far north, his words traveled beyond the place where his body was confined. Letters, arguments, denunciations, encouragement, and his extraordinary autobiography. Avakum's writing is one reason he remains so vivid. He does not emerge from the page as a distant, polished icon. He complains,
Mocks, argues, suffers, boasts, remembers. He writes about hunger and cold, about his family, about enemies, about faith. His voice is intensely personal, and that gave Old Believer resistance something extraordinarily powerful: a story. Institutional religion possessed councils, decrees, bishops, corrected books. The Old Believer movement possessed memory, and Avakum helped give that memory a voice. In 1682, he and several companions were executed at Pustoszewsk.
The method was burning. For the state and official church, Avakum remained a dangerous and obstinate schismatic. For his followers, his death meant something entirely different. He became a martyr, a confessor, a witness that the old faith had been defended to the end. The same political act had become two incompatible sacred histories. And once those histories existed, they could survive the people who created them. This is one of the great ironies of religious persecution.
It can destroy institutions. It can confiscate property. It can imprison leaders. It can disperse communities. It can frighten people into conformity. And sometimes, it works. But persecution can also give a movement something it did not possess before: a shared memory of suffering. Morozova, Solovki, Avakum, exile, confiscated books, families forced to choose, stories passed from parents to children, places remembered because someone had suffered there.
The state could describe these events as the suppression of schism. Old Believers could remember them as a history of confession and martyrdom. And each generation inherited not only ritual practices, but explanations for why those practices had to be defended. This is how a religious controversy becomes an identity. Not simply, we pray differently, but we pray this way because our ancestors suffered rather than abandon it. That is much harder to erase. The old faith survives. By the end of the 17th century, the Russian government had clearly won the institutional struggle. The official church remained the church of the state. Its bishops retained their positions. Its corrected service books became normal. Its rituals became normal. Children born into the official church would grow up making the three-finger sign of the cross without experiencing it as an innovation at all. What had once been reform became tradition. But the old tradition did not disappear. Old Believer communities survived. Some survived in remote settlements, some in towns, some through merchant networks, some through monasteries and informal communities, some openly when circumstances allowed, others quietly. Books continued to be copied. Icons continued to be painted in inherited styles. Children continued to learn the old gestures. Families continued to tell stories about Avakum, Morozova, and Solovki. The state had succeeded in defining official Russian Orthodoxy. It had failed to make Russian religious life completely uniform. And this matters for understanding what came next, because the Raskol had revealed something important about the Russian state. Religious institutions could be disciplined, religious practices could be regulated,
Dissent could be punished. The monarchy could intervene deeply in the life of the church, but there were limits to what authority could accomplish. A decree could change an institution. It could not necessarily change memory. And by the final decades of the 17th century, an entirely different kind of ruler was growing up inside this divided world, on the threshold of Peter. The young Peter Alexeyevich inherited a Russia that was more powerful than the state his Romanov ancestors had inherited after the time of troubles. Its territory stretched across Siberia. Its army was changing. Its administration was expanding. Its contacts with Europe were increasing, and Orthodox Christianity remained woven deeply into Russian life. But Peter also inherited the consequences of everything that had happened during the previous generation. The Patriarchate had challenged the monarchy under Nikon and lost. The official church had imposed reform, but produced a permanent schism. Old believers existed beyond full ecclesiastical control. And decades of conflict had demonstrated how difficult it could be to reform a religious society from above. Peter would absorb those lessons in his own way. He was fascinated by ships, fortifications, artillery, mathematics, navigation, foreign craftsmen, military organization, the administrative machinery of European states. He would eventually travel west and see some of these things directly. But Peter's revolution would not simply concern technology, because every attempt to transform the Russian state eventually encountered the institutions, customs, and assumptions of the Orthodox society over which that state ruled. Earlier czars had asked how closely the throne should cooperate with the church. Nikon had asked whether patriarchal authority could stand independently beside the sovereign. Peter would approach the problem from almost the opposite direction. If the church could divide society, if a patriarch could challenge the ruler, if religious institutions could resist reform, then why should the state tolerate an independent center of authority at all? For more than a century, Moscow had celebrated the rise of its church. In 1589, the creation of the Patriarchate had announced that Russian Orthodoxy had reached institutional maturity. Tsar, Patriarch, one capital, two sacred authorities. But after Nikon, that arrangement no longer looked quite so harmonious. And Peter was about to draw a conclusion that none of his predecessors had carried so far. The Patriarchate had survived the time of troubles. It had survived foreign occupation. It had survived Nikon. It had survived the Raskol. What it would not survive was Peter the Great. For more than a century, the Russian Church had been rising. In 1448, Moscow had begun choosing its own metropolitan. In 1589, it gained a patriarch. Under Filaret, that patriarch could stand at the center of government beside the Tsar. Under Nikon, patriarchal authority had become powerful enough to challenge the boundaries of monarchy itself. Then came the Raskol. The church survived. The monarchy survived, but the relationship between them had changed. Nikon's defeat had demonstrated that a patriarch could not place himself beyond the reach of the sovereign. The schism had demonstrated that religious reform could divide society for generations. And now, Russia was about to acquire a ruler who looked at institutions differently from almost any czar before him. Peter Alexeyevich did not inherit a weak church. Orthodoxy remained embedded throughout Russian society. Churches dominated towns and villages. Monasteries owned land. Icons filled homes. Fasts structured the calendar. Pilgrimages continued. Priests baptized children.
married couples, and buried the dead. The patriarch remained one of the most prestigious figures in the realm. But Peter would gradually separate two things earlier rulers had often treated as inseparable: the spiritual importance of orthodoxy and the political independence of the Church. Peter did not intend to abolish Russian Christianity. He intended to make the institutions of Russian Christianity serve the needs of the state. And in doing so, he would bring the age of Moscow's patriarchs to an end. Peter was born in 1672. The Russia of his childhood was already changing. Foreign merchants, soldiers, craftsmen, and diplomats had been present in Muscovy long before Peter. Western military techniques had been adopted by earlier rulers. Foreign officers served the Tsars. European books and artistic influences circulated among parts of the elite. Contacts with Kiev and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had already exposed Russian religious culture to intellectual traditions shaped by Latin education. Peter did not discover Europe, but he became unusually fascinated by it. As a young man, he spent time among foreigners living near Moscow. He studied ships, weapons, fortifications, navigation, mathematics, mechanical devices. He wanted to know not merely what these things were, but how they worked. This practical curiosity would become one of the defining characteristics of his reign. Peter saw power in technical knowledge. A ship was not simply an impressive object. It meant access to seas, trade, war, movement. A modernized army meant more than new uniforms. It meant discipline, training, logistics, administration, taxes, factories, weapons, schools.
A state capable of sustaining military power required institutions capable of organizing people and resources on an enormous scale. And Peter increasingly came to see Russia itself through this lens. Not as something to be preserved unchanged, but as something that could be reorganized. In 1697, Peter left Russia as part of the diplomatic mission remembered as the Great Embassy. For a Russian ruler, the journey was extraordinary.
Peter traveled through parts of Northern and Western Europe. He visited the Dutch Republic. He went to England. He observed shipyards, arsenals, workshops, military installations, scientific collections, commercial institutions. He met craftsmen, engineers, and political figures. Famously, he worked around shipbuilding himself. The journey has often been presented almost as a dramatic encounter between a backward Russia and a modern West. Reality was more complicated. Russia was not isolated, nor did Peter simply copy everything he saw. What interested him was often intensely practical. How could ships be built efficiently? How could armies be trained? How could technical knowledge be taught? How could the state obtain specialists? How could resources be mobilized? Europe provided models. Peter intended to adapt them to Russian purposes. And when he returned, the pace of reform accelerated. The changes became visible almost immediately. Clothing became political. Beards became political. The calendar became political. Elite manners became political. Peter ordered members of the upper classes to adopt forms of Western European dress. He famously attacked the traditional beard. Those permitted to retain one could be required to pay a tax. To Peter, such measures helped remake an elite he considered too attached to old Muscovite habits. To many Russians, those habits were not trivial. A beard could carry religious and cultural meaning. Traditional clothing belonged to inherited social identity. Changing appearance could therefore feel like something much larger than fashion.
Once again, Russian reform encountered the same problem that had appeared during the Rusgall. A ruler might see an external custom. The person ordered to abandon it might see inherited order. Peter was willing to force the issue. But appearance was only the surface.
Beneath it came a far more extensive transformation. The army was reorganized. New industries were encouraged. Administrative structures were repeatedly redesigned. Education in technical subjects expanded. Specialists were recruited from abroad. The government demanded taxes, labor, and military service on a scale capable of imposing enormous burdens on the population. Peter's reforms were not a peaceful program of cultural modernization. They were driven in large part by war. In 1700, Russia entered the conflict that became known as the Great Northern War. Its principal opponent was Sweden, one of the major military powers of Northern Europe. The war would last more than 2 decades. At first, the difference between ambition and capacity became painfully clear. At Narva in 1700, Russian forces suffered a severe defeat. Peter responded not by abandoning his reforms, but by accelerating them. More soldiers, more weapons, more taxation, more production, more administration. Church institutions were not outside this effort. Monasteries possessed resources. Church lands produced income. Bells contained metal. Clergy existed throughout the country. Ecclesiastical institutions were therefore part of the same society Peter was attempting to mobilize for war, and increasingly, Peter expected them to contribute to the needs of the state. This was a crucial change in emphasis. Earlier Muscovite rulers had also regulated church property and involved themselves deeply in ecclesiastical affairs. Peter did not invent state intervention in religion, but he pushed the logic much further. The question was becoming less, how should Tsar and Patriarch cooperate? And increasingly, how should the church be administered with an estate at war? Then, in the very first year of the conflict, something happened that gave Peter an extraordinary opportunity. The Patriarch died. Patriarch Adrian died in 1700. Under normal circumstances, another patriarch might eventually have been chosen. Peter did not permit that to happen. Instead, Stefan Yavorsky was appointed locum tenens, a temporary guardian of patriarchal responsibilities. Temporary, but the temporary arrangement continued. Year after year, there was no new patriarch. This is one of the most important moments in the history of the Russian Church. And nothing spectacular had to happen. No cathedral was destroyed. No proclamation announced that Orthodoxy had ended. No army stormed the patriarchal residence. The office simply remained vacant. But consider what had happened only decades earlier. Nikon had imagined the Patriarchate as an authority capable of standing beside the monarchy. He had invoked the dignity of spiritual power. He had acted with the confidence of a second sovereign. His conflict with Alexei had thrown the Russian Church into years of uncertainty. Peter now faced the possibility of another powerful patriarch. His solution was remarkably simple. Do not appoint one. The Russian Church continued functioning. Bishops remained, priests remained, monasteries remained, worship continued. But at the summit of the institution, there was now an absence. And that absence increasingly benefited the Tsar. The Great Northern War transformed Russia. It also placed extraordinary demands upon society. Peter needed money, soldiers, weapons, ships, supplies, administrators, skilled labor. The church could not remain untouched by those demands. Monastic wealth attracted attention. The administration of ecclesiastical estates came under tighter supervision. The government sought greater control over church resources. Clergy were increasingly counted, regulated, and incorporated into administrative structures.
Peter also looked critically at monasticism. Traditional Orthodox society regarded monasteries as centers of prayer, pilgrimage, charity, learning, and sacred authority. Peter tended to judge institutions by another measure as well. What function did they perform for the state? This did not mean that he regarded prayer as meaningless, but contemplative life could appear economically unproductive to a ruler obsessed with manpower and service. Monasteries possessed land. Monks did not produce soldiers. Large ecclesiastical establishments could control resources that Peter believed the state needed. The tension was fundamental. For centuries, Russian rulers had endowed monasteries, partly because prayer itself was understood as a service to ruler and realm. Peter's state increasingly preferred forms of service it could count: teach, administer, produce, heal, fight, pay. That mentality did not eliminate the sacred,
But it changed the political environment in which sacred institutions operated.
Peter's transformation of Russia eventually acquired a city. In 1703, during the war with Sweden, he founded St. Petersburg near the Baltic. The location was strategic. It opened Russia toward maritime Europe. It provided a naval base. It became a symbol of Peter's geopolitical ambitions. And eventually, it became the capital. The symbolism was extraordinary. For centuries, Moscow had accumulated sacred political meaning. Its Kremlin stood beside ancient cathedrals. Tsars were crowned there. Patriarchs served there. Dynastic tombs were there. The idea of Moscow as a center of Orthodox monarchy had developed over generations. Peter did not destroy that sacred geography. Moscow remained enormously important. But the center of government shifted toward a new city created by royal command on recently conquered Baltic territory. St. Petersburg looked outward toward the sea. Its architecture increasingly drew upon European models. Its social world was closely tied to the administrative and military elite Peter was creating. The contrast should not be exaggerated. St. Petersburg had Orthodox churches. Its inhabitants remained part of an overwhelmingly Orthodox empire. Peter was not constructing an atheist capital. But the movement from Moscow to St. Petersburg reflected something profound. The state no longer needed to define itself primarily through the inherited sacred landscape of Muscovy. It could create a new political center. In 1709, the Great Northern War reached one of its decisive moments. At Poltava, Peter's reformed army defeated the forces of the Swedish king Charles XII. The victory did not immediately end the war, but it demonstrated how much Russian military power had changed since Narva. Peter's reforms now possessed a great political justification. Russia had survived the challenge. Its army had become formidable. Its position in European politics was transforming. And the ruler who had demanded enormous sacrifices could point to victory. The state Peter was building was becoming stronger, more centralized, more militarized, more administratively ambitious. The question was no longer whether the church could remain untouched by this transformation. The question was what place it would occupy within it. Peter's answer was approaching. The intellectual architect of Peter's final ecclesiastical settlement was Feofan Prokopovich. Prokopovich came from a very different intellectual environment from the older Muscovite clerical world.
Educated through institutions connected with Kiev and exposed to Western theological and political ideas, he represented precisely the kind of broader intellectual currents that had been entering Russian Orthodoxy for generations. Under Peter, those currents could now serve a radically transformed conception of government. The crucial document was the Spiritual Regulation of 1721. Its argument was institutional. Why should the Russian Church be governed by one patriarch? A single, powerful ecclesiastical leader might become too exalted. People might imagine him equal to the sovereign, perhaps even another sovereign. The memory of Nikon was impossible to miss. The solution was not to choose a weaker patriarch. It was to abolish patriarchal government altogether. In its place would stand a collective institution, the Holy Governing Synod, a body of bishops and clerics, an administrative structure, a church government operating under the authority of the monarch. The change was enormous. In 1589, the creation of the Moscow Patriarchate had represented the institutional elevation of Russian Orthodoxy. In 1721, that patriarchate ceased to govern the Church. Not because Constantinople had reclaimed authority, not because Russia had abandoned Orthodoxy, not because another Christian confession had conquered Moscow. The patriarchate was removed by the Orthodox Russian state itself. The logic behind the new arrangement reached directly back to the problem that had defined Nikon's career. Could the patriarch stand beside the Tsar as an independent sacred authority? Peter's answer was now unmistakable. No, there would be no second sovereign. The Church would still possess bishops. It would still teach doctrine. It would still celebrate the sacraments. It would still ordain priests. It would still maintain monasteries. But its highest administration would operate within a political order whose supreme authority belonged to the ruler. The Holy Synod was not simply a secular ministry. Its members were clergy. Its work concerned genuinely ecclesiastical matters. But neither was it an independent patriarchate. The state supervised it. A secular official, the Oberprocurator, would eventually serve as the sovereign's representative within the synodal system. The institutional symbolism was unmistakable. The Church remained sacred. Its administration was subordinate. The old Muscovite ideal of Tsar and Patriarch standing visibly beside one another had ended. And in the same year, Peter adopted another title, Emperor. Russia was becoming an empire in name as well as power. The ruler was no longer merely the Tsar of an Orthodox Muscovite realm. He was emperor of a state increasingly conscious of itself as a European great power. The age of patriarchs had given way to the age of the imperial church. It is tempting to describe all of this with a simple word, secularization. But that can be misleading. Peter did not attempt to remove Christianity from Russian society. He did not abolish Orthodox worship. He did not separate church and state in the modern liberal sense. Quite the opposite. The state became deeply involved in ecclesiastical administration. Orthodoxy remained privileged. Religious identity remained politically important. The Church continued to sanctify monarchy. Military victories could be celebrated through religious ritual. Peter himself participated in Orthodox worship. What changed was not that religion disappeared from politics. What changed was the distribution of authority. The Church increasingly ceased to exist as a corporate institution capable of confronting the monarchy from an independent summit. There would be bishops who criticized policies, monks who resisted reforms, clergy who disliked the new order, old believers who rejected it entirely. But there would be no patriarch who could reproduce Nikon's position. Peter had solved the institutional problem
by eliminating the office around which it had formed. And the old believers? For the old believers, Peter's reign brought another layer of difficulty. Many already believed that official Russia had departed from true orthodoxy. Now came a ruler who shaved beards, changed clothing, altered the calendar, surrounded himself with foreigners, transformed administration, built a new capital, and subordinated the church more directly to the state. For communities already inclined toward apocalyptic interpretations, Peter could appear terrifying. Some old believer traditions associated him with Antichrist. From within that worldview, the conclusion was understandable. The old religious order seemed to be disappearing. But Peter's policy toward old believers was not simply extermination. His government persecuted and discriminated against them, but it could also treat dissent pragmatically.
Old believers might face special taxation, restrictions, registration, penalties. The state wanted obedience and revenue. Peter's government could sometimes tolerate religious difference when that difference could be administratively controlled and made fiscally useful. This was characteristic of the new order. Old believers might remain religious outsiders, but they were also subjects who could be counted, taxed, regulated.
The state was learning to manage difference rather than imagining that every difference could simply be erased. And once again, the old faith survived. Peter changed Russia profoundly, but the image of a single ruler suddenly dragging an unwilling medieval country into modernity is too simple. Many transformations had begun before him. Military reform had predecessors. Western contacts had predecessors. Printing had predecessors. Educational change had predecessors.
Foreign specialists had served earlier tsars. Even the subordination of ecclesiastical authority had a history. Alexei's victory over Nikon had already revealed where ultimate political power was moving. Peter accelerated these developments, systemicized them, radicalized them, and forced them through with extraordinary energy. But Russia did not become culturally Western overnight. Most people remained peasants. Most would never see the Dutch Republic.
Most would never study navigation. Most would never attend an elite assembly in St. Petersburg. Their lives continued to revolve around agriculture, family, village, parish, saints' days, fasts, baptisms, weddings, funerals, icons, and the rhythms of the Orthodox calendar. Even among elites, Europeanization did not necessarily mean abandoning orthodoxy. A nobleman could wear Western clothing and venerate icons.
An officer could study European artillery and observe Orthodox fasts. A bureaucrat could work in Peter's new institutions and attend the divine liturgy. The categories were not as simple as old versus new, Russian versus European, religious versus secular. Peter transformed the structures within which Russian Orthodoxy existed. He did not erase the civilization that had created them. From Constantinople to St. Petersburg. And this brings us back to the much longer story.
Centuries earlier, the rulers of Rus had received Christianity from Constantinople.
Their church belonged to an Orthodox world centered upon an empire where emperor and patriarch existed together. Then the Mongols came. The political world of Rus shattered. The church survived. Moscow rose. Its rulers gathered territory. Its metropolitans moved closer to the new center of power. Constantinople fell. Moscow's church became increasingly independent. Its rulers became czars. Its monks began interpreting Russia's place within sacred history in increasingly ambitious ways.
Then came the Patriarchate. For the first time, Moscow possessed both an Orthodox Tsar and an Orthodox Patriarch. It seemed almost like the institutional completion of the long Muscovite rise. But the arrangement contained a question inherited from Byzantium itself. If political and spiritual authority both came from God, what happened when they disagreed? Nikon tried to answer by defending the extraordinary dignity of patriarchal authority. Alexei defeated him. Peter went further.
He removed the question. There would be no patriarch, no second sovereign, no ecclesiastical figure whose office could symbolically rival the ruler. The church would continue. Orthodoxy would continue. But the political architecture surrounding them had been transformed. In 1721, Peter's Russia stood very far from the world in which this story had begun. The Byzantine Empire was gone. The Golden Horde was gone. The independent principalities of medieval Rus were gone.
The old Muscovite political order was disappearing. Russia now stretched across Eurasia. It possessed a Baltic capital, a large standing army, a growing navy, an increasingly elaborate bureaucracy, and an emperor. The Russian Church remained one of the largest Orthodox communities in the world, but it no longer possessed a patriarch. The office would not be restored for nearly 2 centuries. That fact alone reveals the scale of Peter's transformation.
Yet perhaps the most important lesson of this history is that institutions and faith are not the same thing. Peter could abolish the patriarchate. He could not abolish orthodoxy. The state could regulate monasteries. It could not determine every prayer spoken inside a home. It could prescribe books. It could not control every memory attached to an older one. It could punish old believers. It could not make the old faith disappear. And the same was true on an even larger scale. Empires had collapsed. Borders had moved. Capitals had changed. Political systems had disappeared. Yet, Orthodox Christianity had survived all of them. Byzantium, Mongol domination, Lithuanian expansion, Ottoman conquest, Muscovite centralization, the Raskol, and now Peter's revolution. The relationship between church and state had changed again, but the faith itself had proved far more difficult to contain within any single political form. For centuries, Russian rulers had asked the church to help sanctify the state. Peter had asked a different question. Why should the church stand beside the state at all? His answer reshaped Russian Orthodoxy for generations, but it did not end its history. It opened another chapter. For centuries, the history of Orthodox Christianity had seemed inseparable from the history of empire. In Constantinople, the emperor ruled from a city filled with churches. The patriarch stood at the center of one of Christianity's greatest religious civilizations. Imperial ceremonies entered sacred spaces. Christian worship entered the language of political power. The arrangement was never simple. Emperors and patriarchs could cooperate. They could disagree. They could attempt to control one another. But together, they inhabited a world in which political authority and religious authority were understood as parts of a larger Christian order. Then, that world began to disappear. And yet,
Orthodoxy did not. When Christianity traveled north into the lands of Rus, it entered a very different political landscape. Kiev received its faith from Byzantium. Its churches looked toward Constantinople. Its bishops belonged to the wider Orthodox world. Its rulers borrowed Christian ideas of kingship, law, and sacred authority. But Rus was never simply Byzantium transplanted north. The faith entered new languages, new landscapes, new political traditions. Monasteries appeared beside forests and rivers. Church Slavonic books were copied far from the Mediterranean world in which Christianity had first developed. Icons entered princely courts, monasteries, churches, and homes. A Byzantine inheritance was becoming something new. Then the Mongols came. Cities burned. Principalities submitted. Rulers traveled to the Khans. Tribute moved east. The political world of Rus fractured. But once again, Orthodoxy survived. Bishops continued to serve. Monasteries continued to pray. Priests continued to baptize children. Books continued to be copied. The Church adapted to a political order no Byzantine theologian had designed.
Christian communities lived beneath rulers who were not Christian. And in that world, Moscow began to rise. Not because history had predetermined that Moscow would rule Russia. It had rivals: Tver, Novgorod, Lithuania. Other centers possessed wealth, prestige, and claims of their own. But Moscow accumulated advantages: political, geographical, dynastic, ecclesiastical. Its princes learned to operate within Mongol power. Its rulers expanded their territory.
Its monasteries spread into new landscapes, and increasingly, the institutions of the Russian Church became connected with the fortunes of Moscow. Then, in 1453, Constantinople fell. The empire from which Rus had received Christianity disappeared. The great city remained. The ecumenical patriarch remained. Orthodox worship remained. On Mount Athos, monks continued their ancient routines. Across the Balkans, Orthodox communities continued to baptize, marry, bury, and pray. The Byzantine Empire was dead. Byzantine Christianity was not. This distinction would shape everything that followed. Because there was now no single Christian emperor standing at the political center of the Orthodox world. The ecumenical patriarch lived beneath an Ottoman sultan. But far to the north, another Christian ruler was becoming increasingly powerful. Moscow did not replace Constantinople. The ancient patriarchates did not disappear.
The Orthodox world remained larger than Russia. But Muscovite rulers now possessed something Constantinople no longer did: an expanding Orthodox state, an army, territory, a sovereign, and eventually a conviction that this political survival might possess sacred meaning. Moscow became the Third Rome, not overnight, not through one official declaration, not because every Russian accepted a single political doctrine. The idea developed gradually, but it expressed something powerful. History itself could be interpreted through sacred geography. Rome had fallen from Orthodoxy. Constantinople had fallen to the Ottomans. Moscow remained. The claim was as much a burden as a boast. If Russia imagined itself as a great guardian of orthodoxy, then its rulers and church had to determine what authentic orthodoxy actually meant.
that question would become dangerous.
Because traditions change, even when the people practicing them believe they have remained unchanged. Manuscripts differ, languages develop, rituals accumulate local forms, memories become sacred. And when 17th century reformers attempted to bring Russian worship into closer alignment with contemporary Greek practice, they discovered that inherited ritual could not simply be corrected like an administrative error. For millions of people, tradition lived in the body.
2 fingers, 3 fingers, a procession, a prayer, a spelling in an old book. Small things could contain enormous worlds of meaning. The result was the raskol, a wound that neither councils nor persecution could simply close. And behind that religious conflict stood an older question. Who possessed authority? The Tsar? The Patriarch? The bishops? The inherited tradition? The wider Orthodox world? The sacred books? The community that remembered how its ancestors had prayed?
Moscow's Patriarchate had seemed to provide one answer. An Orthodox Tsar and an Orthodox Patriarch stood together in the same capital. Under Philaret, the arrangement could become extraordinarily close. Father and son, Patriarch and Tsar, Church and monarchy rebuilding a state together. Under Nikon, the same arrangement produced conflict. Nikon believed spiritual authority possessed a dignity that political power could not simply absorb. Tsar Alexei disagreed. Nikon fell.
The reforms survived. The raskol remained. And the monarchy learned an important lesson. A patriarch could become another center of authority. Peter the Great drew the final conclusion. When Patriarch Adrian died, Peter allowed the patriarchal throne to remain empty. Then, in 1721, the institutional order created in 1589 came to an end. No new patriarch, a holy synod, an imperial church.
The ruler who had transformed the army, government, elite culture, and political geography of Russia also transformed the structure of Russian Orthodoxy. The church survived, but it would no longer stand beside the ruler through the figure of a patriarch. For nearly 2 centuries, there would be no Patriarch of Moscow. On the surface, the state had won. It had disciplined Nikon, condemned the old rite, defeated Solovki, executed Avvakum, created the synod, abolished the patriarchate. But power has limits. Because religion does not exist only in institutions. It exists in memory. A grandmother teaching a child how to cross herself. A monk copying a damaged manuscript. A family carrying an icon into exile. A merchant hiding an old service book among ordinary goods. A priest repeating words heard by generations before him. A community gathering before dawn. A pilgrim walking toward a monastery. A bell heard across a frozen village.
A candle burning before an icon in a wooden house hundreds of kilometers from Moscow. Governments could regulate institutions. They could confiscate books. They could move capitals. They could change calendars. They could create patriarchates and abolish them. But they could never completely control what millions of people believed sacred. That was why the old believers survived. And it was why Orthodoxy itself had survived political systems far greater than any individual ruler.
Perhaps that is the larger story.
The history of Orthodox Christianity after the Great Schism is not simply the story of Russia replacing Byzantium. It is not a straight road from Constantinople to Kiev, to Vladimir, to Moscow, to St. Petersburg. History rarely moves so neatly. It is a story of continuity through political rupture. Constantinople survived without its emperor. Orthodox communities survived beneath Ottoman rule. Rus survived the Mongol conquest.
The Church survived the fragmentation of the Rus lands. Moscow rose without becoming another Byzantium. The Russian Church became independent without becoming the whole of Orthodoxy. The Patriarchate rose and disappeared. The old believers were condemned and survived. Again and again, political structures changed. The faith adapted, sometimes willingly, sometimes painfully, sometimes through compromises later generations would question, sometimes through resistance that produced suffering of its own. And there is another reason this history matters. By the beginning of the 18th century, there was no longer one obvious political center of Orthodox Christianity. Constantinople remained ancient and prestigious, but lived under Ottoman rule. The Russian Church belonged to an expanding empire, but now stood beneath an emperor who had abolished its patriarchate. Orthodox peoples lived across the Balkans, the Eastern Mediterranean, the Polish-Lithuanian lands, the Caucasus, and the enormous territories of the Russian state. They shared a faith, but not one political experience. The medieval dream of a single Christian empire embracing the Orthodox world had passed into history. What survived was something more dispersed. Churches, monasteries, patriarchates, local traditions, books, liturgy, memory, communities separated by languages, borders, and empires, yet still recognizing one another as part of the same Orthodox Christian world. Peter believed Russia had to change in order to survive. The old believers believed survival required refusing change. Nikon believed fidelity required correcting inherited tradition. Avvakum believed fidelity required preserving it. The ecumenical patriarchate survived by adapting to life beneath Muslim sovereignty.
Moscow's rulers interpreted their Christian sovereignty as evidence of a special historical responsibility.
None of these responses can be reduced to a simple opposition between progress and reaction. They were different answers to the same enduring problem. How does a tradition remain itself when the world around it changes? There is no final answer, because traditions survive through both continuity and adaptation. Preserve everything unchanged, and history may make survival impossible. Change everything, and the tradition may cease to recognize itself. Between those extremes lies the difficult work performed by every generation. What must remain? What can change? Who decides? And what happens when believers disagree? Those questions did not end with Peter. They would return. Russia would become one of the great powers of Europe. The Ottoman Empire would weaken. National movements would transform the Balkans. The Russian Patriarchate would eventually return. Revolution would bring a new and far more radical confrontation between church and state. Orthodox Christians would enter the modern world divided among nations, empires, and political systems that Byzantium could never have imagined. But those are later stories. For now, we can end where Peter's Russia stood at the beginning of the 18th century. The emperor governed from a new capital facing Europe. The patriarchal throne stood empty. The official church entered a new age beneath imperial supervision. Old believers continued praying according to the rites their ancestors had taught them. And far to the south, in the city once called New Rome, the bells, chants, and prayers of Orthodox Christianity continued beneath Ottoman rule. The empire that had once stood at the center of that world was gone. The world itself had changed beyond recognition, but the faith had traveled beyond the empire that created it. It had entered new languages, new peoples, new states, new memories. And that may be the most important transformation of all. Empires could fall, capitals could move, patriarchs could rise and disappear. But Orthodoxy had learned to survive without any single one of them.